spice up your life.
Good morning, this is the news wire. I'm La Ubaga. Police officers have been urged not to be brutal to civilians but instead protect them and their property. Diocese of Garissa Bishop George Mudaka further asked them to uphold their oath of public service to avoid being the enemies of the people.
Tumewakumbusha kwamba kama vile walivyoweka viapo wakati walipokuwa wanamaliza shughuli zao za training, ni kwamba kazi yao ni kuwatumikia wananchi, kuwalinda wananchi na kulinda rasilimali zao. Kwa hivyo tumewahimiza sana wafuate viapo vyao.
Naomba officers, wakati tunahudumia wananchi, tuwe na hiyo huruma kidogo ili tusijaze pressure. Hiyo ni kitu ya maana, because we are no longer force, we are a service to the people.
Interior Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen says corruption continues to hamper security operations in the country. Speaking in Trans Nzoia County, where he chaired the Security Forum meeting, Murkomen urged police officers to fulfill their responsibilities properly and refrain from bribery.
We have a monster inaitwa corruption. Hiyo sasa ndio inaharibu kabisa kila kitu. Yenye watu wakitaka chochote lazima ulipe kitu, hata washajua. Nilikuwa naambia some police officers wanajua tu roadblock ikiweka mahali, mtu wa conductor wa gari hata ulizi makosa yake ni nini, ashaweka tu kwa mkono, akifika anapeana, akiendanga unasikia tu anapiga gari top, anapeana hivi na kwenda. You know, and we have normalized in our country. Please let us change our ways. Let us uphold integrity. And the IG and I, we have discussed, and the National Police Service, that we don't need to transfer officers who take bribes.
Murkomen has cited the use of alcohol and drugs as another major challenge implicating some security officers in the illegal trade.
I have spoken to the IG so that he send a special team kwa DCI wakuje wafagia hapa kabisa mwezi moja mbili mpaka hapa ikuwe safi. Ifakie kutana na chief mwenye yako ya maneno asanywe, assistant chief asanywe, police officer mwenye anafanya hiyo maneno akwende. Wacha ile maneno ulikuwa unasema hapa ati wewe mzee ati polisi asionekane ameinuliwa. Tutainua mwenye anauza bangi, you know, kwa sababu hiyo inaleta haibu kwa the other police officers. They must be dealt with because you know the people who are messing up police service ni wachache, and if we don't get them out of our midst, we will not have a functioning police service. So we are coming for you.
The Interior Cabinet Secretary also emphasized the importance of integrity among security officers, as some of them have lost respect by engaging in crime.
Nilikuja siku ngine one corner, nikauliza watu shida ya hapa ni nini? Wasema ni chang'aa. Nikauliza na hii chang'aa kwa nini iko hapa na kuna OCS na chief? Wakasema OCS ndio sasa msimamizi wa mama bima, yeye ndio mwenyewe, and it is known. Wewe umeenda to local community mahali, kila mtu anakuona, hata una aibu. Wanajua tu unachukua kitu, mambo inaendelea kuharibika in your place. Let us remind ourselves that we came to serve. Chiefs, you live in the community, so your testimony cannot be hidden.
And finally, Energy Cabinet Secretary Okoh and I is set to continue flagging off the last mile electrification projects at Meru and Embu counties today. Speaking in Runyenjes last evening, Wandai said the Kenya Kwanza government will ensure that 80% of Kenyans are connected to power before they complete their first term in office. He said that power connectivity would make room for development through the establishment of businesses.
Ni mpango ya Mheshimiwa Rais ya kwamba kila kijiji kiwe na stima na ikiwezekana kila boma. Na hii mpango ya stima Mheshimiwa Rais amesema ya kwamba tukifanya tuifanye bila ubaguzi wala mapendeleo yoyote, ya kwamba kila kijiji, kila county, kila sub county ihudumiwe vilivyo. Na hii project ya stima vile vile ni ya bure. Hakuna mtu hata mmoja, hakuna mwananchi anastahili kulipa hata peni moja. Ile malipo utakuwa unalipa ni ile ya bili ya stima.
That's the news wire. I'm Lea Ubaga.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can't run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Waliletea fujo Moi mpaka wakapata cooperation. Wakakuja wakasumbua Kibaki mpaka wakachukua nusu mkate. Wamekuja wakazungusha Uhuru hapo mpaka wakaenda na handshake, program yetu ikapotea, BBI ikaendelea, tukazama, tukaingia kwa madeni. Sasa mimi nimewaambia, hii serikali hii, mimi nawaambia hii serikali ni ya mahasla. Hakuna nusu mkate, hakuna handshake, hakuna hiyo borojo.
Jana nimeona wale wazee tulishinda. Ati hiyo mzee akisema ati he'll not be coerced or intimidated to joining our government. Wewe mzee sikia. We have no business within our government. Hatuna haja na hatugojei wewe. We are not looking for you and we have no time. Stop saying that people can force you to come to this government. Forget about being forced or coerced. We are not interested because sisi tuko na kazi ya kufanya.
Kama kuna mtu ako na namba ya William Ruto, arekodi hii video mtumie. Maisha yangu tangu nizaliwe sijawahi kuona mtu muongo, mfisadi, baradhuli, dhamdhabina kama William Samoei Ruto.
Mimi Hassan Joho nikitaka kuongea, mimi I don't even dream of engaging with them. Ati huyu akitaka aje aongee sio na mimi niongee na Ruto nini? Mimi nikamtafute atanipa nini? Wilbaro.
I wonder.
Nilipeleka Wilbaro mimi la kimtaani la kucheza nalo zamani.
We have a choice to reject over 60% of these names or give President Ruto his skunk. Apart from a few individuals who are not even more than 8, the rest are incompetent, unqualified, have integrity issues, are people who cannot deliver this country from where it is to the next level that we want the country to move in.
A few moments later.
Now forwarded the name of John Mbadi Ngongo to the Ministry of National Treasury and Economic Planning. The Honorable Hassan Ali Joho, Ministry of Mining, Blue Economy and Maritime Affairs.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing policy of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust.
For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust,
There is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4.
Good morning. Let me clear everything and remove all the clearables. Good morning this morning, and hope you're doing well. We're now out the 29th of July, and just like that, it's clicking away towards the end of the month. And a bit of a chilly morning, but here we are all the same. Excusez-moi. Good morning, Dennis Aseto.
Good morning, in the Okoh. How are you?
Mimi. Huh?
Okoh.
Fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. Thank you very much.
Fresh.
Everything is in order.
Yes. Nashukuru bana.
And Eva ametuombea leo asubuhi.
Kabisa.
So tuko salama.
Kabisa. Salama salmin.
Yes, exactly. Yes. Raniar is here. Raniar said that he was almost seeing the light, but that he got to the pearly gates and God said, "Not now, my son.
Return
Go
to
back.
sender."
Return to sender." But he's walking upright this morning, so that's a good thing.
Exactly.
Good to see you, man.
Mm-hmm.
Next time before you go to the lights, you tell some of us. So that
At least today he's not wearing a mboshori. He actually has a hat, so yeah.
A what?
Kofia. Kuna kofia. He's not wearing
No,
mboshori.
what's that other thing that you
mboshori,
said?
a beanie.
Oh, a beanie.
Yeah.
We could have just said beanie, but we said that.
Just say mboshori. Many will understand.
Boshori. Boshori.
Exactly.
Okay. Dennis Okari seems to still be battling with let me tell you, the things that you do will come to bite you later. Mm-hmm. Dennis, where you went to do whatever, now his stomach is rioting. So, of course, all in jest, we wish him the best. Hey, yeah. I'm rhyming this morning.
All in jest, wish him the best.
We wish him the best, and, as he's getting better, getting stronger, we'll be back, and we continue things this morning. Kenya's biggest conversation will continue. It's Tuesday. EVE is in red.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was right when I saw what I saw. Thanks. I'm not colorblind yet. The other blind, perhaps, but not colorblind, at least. And here we are into Tuesday morning. There are many conversations to be had. There are many things that are going on. Look, guys, it's just a lot of times people ask, why do we have the conversations that we do? And we do because if we don't, then we contribute to the problem.
True.
And that's why we do have these conversations.
And one of the solutions, in anything in life is just to have that conversation.
You need to talk about it.
Yeah, you need to talk about it. It opens up an opportunity to find a solution,
Absolutely.
Yes.
It really does. And so, based on that, let me tell you the conversations that we will be having this morning that you're already part of. Just before we say a quick hello to you. There's a problem brewing at the universities. The university staff are saying, guys, we said, let's sort out this thing. You guys didn't agree to sort it out. So you know what? We're giving you a couple of days and then we will go on strike. We will down our tools in order to not confuse you, let's make it very clear. We will go on strike. Charles Nyamweya is the Secretary General of the Kenya University Staff Union. He joins us at 7 a.m. and we'll talk about the state of universities in Kenya and really what is going on. That'll be followed by a conversation with Saboti Member of Parliament Caleb Amisi and Yatta Member of Parliament Basil Robert. They join us for the Siasa Fiesta. I love it. And we'll be talking about shifting opposition ground. Really, what's going on? Within parties, out of parties, ex parte, whatever the case may be. We'll have that conversation with these two gentlemen at 8 and we'll round things off at 9 o'clock with Churchill Suba, who is the Executive Director of the Kenya National Civil Society Centre. We'll be looking at electronic or hybrid elections. We're already getting into that space where we're having those conversations. Let's take a bit of a direction in or position in terms of what the fight is for transparent and fair elections, looking at what the possible problem could be and how that can be solved. So those are the conversations that we have this morning on the Situation Room. We'll be saying hello to you in just a minute. Our live streams are up on Facebook, YouTube and on X. And, folks are tuned in on YouTube every day. So we'll be talking to you in just a minute. When I get this computer to stop whistling at me, that will be great.
Mm-hmm.
But there we go. So we'll say hello to all of you guys as you tune in this morning. But in the meantime, you took us to Madagascar.
Yes, I took you to Madagascar. And Madagascar, we just, there is a movie that is associated with Madagascar, King Julian. I like to move it, move it. I like to move it, move it. I like to move it. So if you have watched the penguins of Madagascar, King Julian is the leader of that island and is a lemur. And we just found out yesterday that lemurs are actually only found in Madagascar, an island with a lot of beautiful views and everything. But unfortunately, it is also ranked as being one of the poorest countries in the world.
Yes, unfortunately.
One asks the question why, if it is a country where it is the biggest exporter of, what did you say yesterday?
Vanilla.
Vanilla, you know. And you talk about lemurs, that would mean a lot of tourists would be going down there to just enjoy the views and what is only found in the country. But yet again, the poorest country. I mean, perhaps maybe in retrospect, the leadership in the country would look inwards and find a solution to the problems bedeviling the country. But now let's go to the proverb. Money without origin disappears like water in hand. Money without origin disappears like water in hand.
Like top fire.
Kabista.
Not really sure where it came from. You didn't. If you didn't work for it,
yes,
you're not going to be able to tell where it went.
Yes,
you know. Or if you didn't have a plan for it, then you wouldn't be able to.
Yeah, pretty much ill-gotten wealth. When time comes for it to be reclaimed, kaput completely.
Indeed.
A lot to learn, yeah?
Yeah, quite a lot to learn. Quite a lot to learn. All right. Let's see. It will be interesting to see what folks have to say about that today, but getting into it this morning. All right. So a lot of you are tuned in. Let's say hello to you. Again, yes, folks who are tuned in across all our social media platforms, good morning to you and welcome also to our audience on KTN as we get into this conversation this morning. So even as you do tune in, okay, I said today we must find folks who are on Facebook because people get in quite a lot, rather quite early every morning. And are you there today? Well, let's see if you actually are. Da-dun, da-dun. Bado, except for Bramwell Keddy is here and Rogers Nyange is also tuned in on Facebook. And as we get into, we'll say hello to you guys as we go along. Many more people tuned in on this other side. And let's say good morning to you, as we always do, necessary for us to do so. A very good morning to you. Hey, my computer in my hand sometimes likes to embarrass me.
And why it happens.
Okay, here we go. Saying good morning to you as you tune in this morning. Christina, you're saying something and you're saying that yes, your kids are in public school, but you actually also then pay for them. We'll get into that in just a minute. Peter Chiari is tuned in this morning from Mombasa and says to us that a leader's job is to look into the future and see the organization not as it is but as it should be. I guess so. And when you talk about visionary leadership, that's what it ought to look like. Robert Mbogo is tuning from Mombasa. Glory be to God for the beautiful morning, says King Dave Lubale. Good morning to you. Pan-African Kenyan is tuned in from Nairobi. Hello Spice, listening in from Thika. And Rogers, we see you on both sides of it this morning. Good morning to you as well. Bosco Motua says good morning, tuning from Seattle. And Stanley Gash is tuned in from Juja this morning. And you said that we need vuvuzelas at Chan 2025. It's part of the African football culture for the last 15 years. Cindio, it needs to be a thing. Bernardito is tuned in this morning and says good morning from Doha, Princess Ndo and Dennis. Hope Okari is fine today. Well, seems to still be under the weather. We will see how he feels maybe later today, but yeah, prayers up for him. Desmond Otis is tuned in and says hello Team Spice. By the way, why did they ban vuvuzelas and firimbis? Kwani utamu ya mechini? Yeah, exactly. That is the question. Why ban them? Why should we have that problem? I mean, come on, it's part of the sporting thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Kimathi Nkrumah McConnell says, Habaria Spice Leo, I trust you all rested well. Yes, thank you so much. Isaiah Tuwei says, good morning, Spice. Tuned in. Good morning, Spicers. Tuned in as well. Eric Awar says good morning. And Anthony Simba is tuned in this morning. Georgia Demo tuned in and listening. Kavoy Felix is tuned in from Kathonzweni in Makweni. Engineer Karaoke says, good morning from Mississippi. Kenya's public debt has climbed to 11.51 trillion. Indeed, it has, and it's gone up by 32%. Hello, Princess Ndo and Aseto. The philosophy is to ensure that the citizenry doesn't believe they have been... Sorry, let me start that again. The citizenry doesn't believe what has been said by those in power when trust... Okay. I'm not quite sure, Leo, but okay. Ensure that the citizenry doesn't believe what has been said by those in power. Let's just leave it there. Okay. Kimathi says, these politicians talking out two sides of their mouth, pretending as if they don't know what each other's plan is. It's interesting that people actually think that everybody is in cahoots and everybody is in bed together. Well, let's see. Time will tell. You can't hide it for long, can you? Vesh Musanga says, good morning. Tuned in from the home of elephants in Botswana. That's in Kasane Chobe Park. Okay, that's fun. Isaac Gashema is tuned in from Githunguri. Monkey Makers. All right. Good morning. Locked in from Nakuru. I think the government is reading the virtual. Everyone has something to speak, something to say. Okay. Jimmy Munuthi is tuned in this morning as well and says, have a wonderful day. Thank you so much. Peter Wanjala is here tuning in from Tudor. Daniel Mutinda is also tuned in from Machakos. Jose Mahinda says, good morning to everybody. Carol Nyambura says, good morning. Now, Apenda Sana, wishing you a wonderful day. Thank you so much. Bwangi Juma is also tuned in and says, this is the day that the Lord has made. Let's rejoice. Let's do it. Mwangi Mike says, good morning. The amazing three tuned in and ready for hard-hitting and great conversations this morning. You're streaming from your website. Okay, I guess. Anne Purnell says, good morning, everybody. Welcome back. Dennis, I love your various sweaters.
Asante sana.
Sweater man. I don't know how much further she's going to go, but okay. General Iza Mathenge says, good morning. Suza Tupa Ukunda Diani. Habari asubuhi wanyanchi from Hammerfest in Norway. This is RB. Good morning to you. Christina, this is a question you were asking. Do you know in best public schools we pay school fees? Yes, we actually do. We do. I pay 17,000 for my daughter in grade 7, remedial 3,000 a month and other small things. But the school is dope. Sawa, it's a good thing. Matrine Juma says, good morning. Some shocking news from schools. Government is unable to fund school music team to the nationals in Meru. This is not surprising.
Yeah.
Agola says, hello, Watu. Or good morning to you, sister. Music lovers tuned in this morning. Anne says, if you don't feel the pain in earning, it's easy to waste that money. True, and that's what the proverb essentially is saying. Tunechi says, good morning to Tunechi. I'm saying it as I would in my language. I want to know where you're from. Is it one of those names that crosses across borders? Sir Kanute says, following closely. Thank you so much. Chamge Missing says, Ken Korir. Nyakundi Emmanuel is tuned in this morning. Andrew Chira says, good morning, tuned in from Vancouver. Arise and shine. Jackie Onyango is here. Richard Odera is tuned in as well. Young Jedi says, good morning, beautiful people. Good morning to you. Do you know what I really want to know? The names of people who give these other names. Mutuflani, Young Jedi, Fiery Red.
Jina Serikali Nigani. Jina Serikali Nigani.
Interested to know. Festus Mulu tuned in this morning from Machakos. Joe Weru is also here. James Dan tuned in. If you know you are happy to join, you're happy want to join once again, thank you so much. Paul Ndete is tuned in as well. Arnold Clinton is here. Young Jedi Indu, before we talk about that orange, sugar check, sugar out, no sugar. I'm on track, Young Jedi. Now let's talk about the orange, shall we? Leo, we see you. Mogera Kinara says, good morning, tuned in from Pennsylvania. Brian Ihalachi tuned in as well, says Nakuru is tuned. And Thomas Omosa is here waiting for the big conversation. Kilamtu, karibuni, sana. And more people keep creeping into the room. We see you. And there is a doctor. This doctor is tuned in this morning and has been saying, talk to me. This is Kemunto Ondimo. She's working at Luton Hospital, and she says she's the biggest fan. Tune in this morning. Good morning to you, Daktari. Thanks for tuning in every morning.
Luton Hospital on Gong Road.
Luton is all here on Gong Road.
Yeah. Karibu sana.
All right.
Yeah.
Karibu sana. Good to have you in the room today. Let's look into the headlines, shall we, and see what's making the news this morning, or rather what made the news and what we'll be talking about as we get into it. On the front page of Kenya's bold newspaper, The Standard. Betraying Kenyans is what is in the headline. And on the front page, there's pictures of the CS Ministry of Foreign Affairs, who's Musalia Mudavadi. Is he still the Prime Cabinet Secretary?
Yeah.
Ah, okay.
And Foreign Affairs, yes?
Yeah, he's a CS for Foreign Affairs. I was just confirming if he was still that. Okay, so there is also the President, President William Ruto. The headline is Betraying Kenyans. Kenyans are being abducted, tortured and dumped across East African borders, yet their government watches in silence. From human rights activist Mwabili Mwagodi, left drugged and traumatized in Diani after 4 days of torment in Tanzania, to the earlier seizure and sexual assault of Boniface Mwangi and Ugandan journalist Agatha Atuhaire, the pattern is chilling. With no formal charges, no consular access, and no accountability demanded, these incidents raise the alarm on a brewing diplomatic disaster. At the center of the storm are President William Ruto and Foreign Affairs CS Musalia Mudavadi, who have failed to condemn the violations or defend Kenya's sovereignty. Critics now accuse the state of betrayal, worse, of complicity. That's what the headline is. Changalia. What else making the headlines today? Policy confusion cuts cripple public schools. Already, government's shrinking education budget and policy flip-flops leave schools reeling, parents paying more, and the promise of free education in doubt. We know that a number of schools have already closed. Some children are already home early because schools said, we can't do this. Go home. We'll talk later. Frozen out. Kenya has forsaken me, Olympian says as she mulls quitting. And you wonder why it's frozen out, because she could be preparing to chase glory at the 2026 Winter Olympics in Italy. This is Sabrina Wajiko. She was born in Kilifi but grew up in Austria, where she fell in love with skiing. So she's a skier, but she says she gets no support from the government. Let's look into that. Did you know that Kenya is honky-tonk land? There's a story in the paper that is delivered by Agence France Presse, and it talks about the last couple of days, a few days ago, when Kenyans went out in their cowboy hats and boots to revel to the music of Sir Elvis Otieno. Didn't know that Kenyans love country music? Well, they do. Police skip court in trial of killer Pangani officer. Education system on the brink as slash funding threatens free learning, and lawmakers blame for free education woes. They are being told, remember a lady called Starlet Wahoo?
Yeah.
She was murdered in an Airbnb in South B.
Yeah.
Her trial is going on against one John Matara, and those testimonies continue. Ex-NHIF workers in limbo as Shah moves to advertise positions. It was a play between, are we going to hire the former employees of NHIF and just, have a lateral movement towards Shah? But it looks like that may be different, because now they are advertising those positions. And let's see, the Dr. Mercy Mwangangi is at the helm right now, and it'll be interesting to see what they do. A quick look into the sports pages, because we know Chan is a coming.
Yeah.
But before that, the World Athletic Championships are happening in Tokyo, and Chepngetich is happy to run in the 10,000, and she's looking into a gold there in that particular race. And if I can just turn the page, I'll tell you what else is happening in football. And we're still waiting for those. But one of the things that we've been told that vuvuzelas and firimbi, you will not vuvuzela, you will not firimbi during the Cup of Nations.
What do they do if you can whistle?
If you can whistle and everybody can hear, then more power to you and your
I
cheeks.
can imagine if all those people start whistling. It's just vuvuzelas, but anyway.
Not boom, boom.
But it's okay. It's crazy that you ban vuvuzelas, especially in a football match, but allow matatus and all that noise to ply your roads. So still doesn't make sense.
No, it doesn't.
But Kenya for you, right?
Right.
Yeah. So 20 delineation?
20.
Now, there is a row on tax, and which has exposed the Kenyatta Family Expressway deal.
Why?
Yeah. A contract between Edgeworth Properties and Keld Infrastructure Construction Company, the Nairobi Expressway contractor, would not have raised any eyebrows were it not for a tax feud over millions of shillings. Now, the dispute has exposed another well-kept secret, the Kenyatta family linked to the mega road project. That is on page 4 and page 5. This comes at a time when former President Uhuru Kenyatta was actually asking civil servants not to do business with government. But here's a well-kept secret on how the Kenyatta family, through this business, according to the Daily Nation, was actually doing business with government through the construction of the expressway. Si tutasoma hiyo story. Alafu, Nairobi women rep, Esto Pasaris.
Yeah.
There is a petition that has been filed to recall her. It has been filed with the IEBC.
Yes.
And IEBC is now beginning to review a petition to kick out Pasaris from the House. Now, 4 petitioners submit a petition to the Electoral Commission seeking the oust of Nairobi woman representative Esto Pasaris. The polls agency will consider whether the recall petition meets the legal threshold. Finally, Kenyans are saying, we have the power. Utajua ujui. Let's see how that goes, because I was just going through the entire process. Seems to be a little bit difficult, but the petitioners say it is a bad time that Kenyans woke up and realized that they have the power in their hands. Now, why head teachers want parents to pay more fees? Well, as debate rages on the fate of the free education given reduced budgetary allocation by government, teachers are seeking clearance to charge parents extra fees to plug the shortfall. They argue the cash crunch will disrupt operations in public schools next term. Government says hatuna pesa tutapunguza. Head teachers are saying because it will be reduced, we will have a difficult time running our operations, and parents, for us to be able to have your children in school and give them quality education, you must dig deeper into your pocket. But then again, President William Ruto said, what? We will sort out that issue.
Yeah, he did.
So government and officials speaking from different sides. Well, and 10 hurdles Ruto opponents face ahead of the 2027 polls. That is in page 7. And guess what is here? Contraceptive for men. Daily pills imeshuka. Imefika. First male birth control pill clears another milestone. The campaign for a third category of contraceptives for men after condoms and vasectomies is gathering pace, with the first hormone-free birth control pill passing a crucial trial stage.
They're never going to take it. They're going to forget to swallow it. They're going to forget to do... Look, forget it, man. Look, sorry. Am I being pessimistic? Okay, I take it back. But, I'm just saying.
They might just start taking them.
They will forget. Even if they buy them, they'll forget to
Wanaume itabidi mwanze kupanga uzazi. Mumeze tembe kila siku.
Okay. So,
yeah, the next question will be what? How will it affect my performance?
Of course.
Exactly.
That's what I'm telling you. Wait.
I don't know why every other time that conversation of am I able to salute to the flag is always a question. It comes to health, but
it's linked directly to ego. Can't run away from it.
Right?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. And then let's see what's there. So if you go throughout the pages, pretty much the same thing. The holidays are here, and this is what scares parents the most. You want to know what that is? As schools prepare to close this week for the August holidays, concerns are growing over safety and welfare of children left unsupervised at home, especially in low-income and informal settlements. We had this discussion the other day on responsibility of parents and caregivers, especially now that kids are home, and how there is need for extra eyes to just ensure that children are safe.
My friend,
yes,
there's some craziness that's going on, I'm telling you.
If we could have that discussion here, I don't think it's something we would finish even within 6 months.
No, we definitely wouldn't.
We would not be able to do that.
Meanwhile, sorry, am I interrupting you?
No, continue.
It's not in the headlines, but over here to the east of us, there is a hyena infestation. Yeah. So, 2 hyenas were found just generally walking around, as they go, as I don't know if they were looking for Noah's Ark. Yeah. Just generally walking about.
Yeah.
So then there was a blast that was sent out to parents, and they said, you know what? You need to be careful. If your kids are walking around in the evening, they need to walk in large groups, because we know that these animals, this is weird because hyenas are usually solitary if they're out somewhere, unless they're in the pack feeding. Then, they said, okay, please be careful, walk in groups, because then they'll be afraid of you and then they will take off. Over the weekend, some lady comes in and finds a hyena. This is in Syokimau.
Yeah. Here.
That's what I said, just here to the east of us. Generally chilling in her laundry area. Literally. So the door had been left open for whatever reason. So she comes in. So she said at night she was hearing something really weird. She wasn't really sure what that was. And then she, of course, went out, did her business, forgets that the door had been open for however long, and then comes back, and then I have the video, she's searching, and then there's a hyena in the laundry area. Obviously, it had gotten warm, and it looks up at people like, oh, I'm sorry. I was just taking a nap. I'll be on my way. So it was there in her laundry room. And then, again, a couple of days ago, there was another one just generally walking along the road, like, hi. But then something struck me. We were actually in their land.
Yeah.
We've come into
their spaces.
Establishments, right?
Yeah.
So I was just saying, they're all out. Is it the dry season? It is right now, isn't it?
It is, yeah, it is. So
they're looking for, they're moving, obviously looking for food and water. So if one day
kipatana na fisi wachana hiyo fisi ingine fisi the animal you know,
I just wanted to let you know that,
yeah. And you see, it's if you just look at how beautiful, okay, in terms of the wildlife that we have. So when we were in Tana River, we were just driving looking for camels, but instead of camels, guess what we come across? Giraffes just walking around and just chilling, you know, and it, like you say, we've actually gotten into their spaces, and right now, because it's dry, even the giraffes and other wild animals are just looking for water and food. So I'm not surprised.
Yep.
Yeah.
Now, so
hyena infestation.
Yep, there is, because in a week the 4 have been sighted.
4, yeah.
That's a big deal.
The crazy things that the lady was hearing was that the laughter, the hyena laughter.
Yeah, and it's really weird. Yeah. I've been in the Mara and you just hear it and it's like, you never knew I could make a sound like a hyena, did you, Raniar?
Yeah.
Anyway, looking into the star, I just wanted to let you know that, just in case you guys hear that, I'm off to the zoo. High stakes for Ruto, Raila and Rigathi in mini polls. That's what's happening on the front page of the Star. And of course, we're just going to go political with that. AIDS stigma. If you didn't know that HIV/AIDS is still a conversation front and center, AIDS, though it's been around for 40 years now, still kills. Transgenders, drug users left behind in the fight against HIV, and they're not being considered. That's what is being said, and they're complaining a little bit. Man to serve 30 years for murdering M-Pesa woman. Okay, as would be. High stakes, this is what we're looking at on the political stage. And Rigathi Gachagua is launching satellite offices in the America.
Okay.
So those things continue to happen. We're going to look into these stories in detail, but let me just give you one more headline that's making it here. Audit exposes daunting task facing Roko at NYS. If you thought that the NYS saga was over because of that big case, which is still in court, if you thought that was over, it's not, because property, plant, equipment valued at 29 billion shillings, billion, not million, lack verifiable documentation. Just,
we talk about the equipment that NYS has in its disposal. We're talking about equipment worth over 20 billion. But imagine what those equipment would do if they're just put into proper use. Because we have graders, we have tippers that would be used in construction of roads in this country. These dams that you're talking about, we have equipment to construct them, but they're just chilling in NYS jurisdictions.
Yeah, with no papers.
Yeah. So how did they buy them without papers?
That's the question. That's why the Auditor General is flagging it, because she's like, hang on a minute, Wagwan. That's what she...
Not Nagwan.
In this case, not Nagwan. That's the problem right here. Yeah, okay. So, you guys, you're laughing about this thing, but me, I'm telling you, this... I personally, and I don't like to make judgments, but let's look into some of these stories. And I want to take this... family planning and contraception is a big issue when we look at societal norms amongst communities in terms of what you're then going to be able to do. For the longest time, it has been the responsibility of the woman, or perceived, I have to be careful, perceived responsibility of the woman to then take birth control or whatever. And the guy just says, how far are we moving or not? So kind of thing. And it's not damning anybody. It is just the way human nature is. Now, with this first male birth control clearing another milestone, and I said it in jest, but I was actually serious. Men are not going to take it. Men, and even look at what people are saying already, men will not take this. So I'm wondering, at this stage for trial, is it a waste of time? But let's look into that story just a little bit. A daily pill offers men a chance to take charge of family planning. Now, maybe if you put it like that, they might say, you can take charge of this thing. A groundbreaking non-hormonal contraceptive pill for men has successfully passed its human safety trial, offering hope for a revolutionary shift in family planning responsibilities. The daily pill, dubbed YCT 529, has been found safe for human use with no adverse side effects in the first clinical trial of its kind. According to a peer-reviewed study published in the prestigious journal Nature, the scientific journal Nature. For Boniface Joguna, a trader in Thika, the news couldn't come soon enough. His partner struggles with contraceptive coils, finding them uncomfortable and problematic. Now, for the first time, he might have the chance to take control of family planning for himself. He said, this is actually good news because my woman has issues with things like coils and reacts to them badly. It makes her so uncomfortable. So the fact that I can play a part in making our sex life healthier by taking a pill is very good. Developed by Your Choice Therapeutics and trialed at Quotient Sciences Phase 1 unit in Nottingham, the pill represents a significant breakthrough in male contraceptive options, which have remained limited to condoms and vasectomy for decades. The findings mark a crucial milestone in the long-sought quest for effective male birth control. Previous attempts have faced significant setbacks. Most notably a World Health Organization trial in 2016 involving a 2-hormone injection. Men take the injection at it, never. That showed 96% of effectiveness in preventing pregnancy, but was halted due to severe side effects identified by an independent review panel. So the injection essentially was chucked, and now they've done this trial whereby it's in the first round deemed to be safe, and it's been tested and it's passed and it's gone through the first clicks, and it's possible that if it goes through the second, third clicks, as is they need to go through the first 3 stages in this kind of thing, then it could be on the market soon. And you guys, all you need to do is pop the pill and then we'll be good.
Remember, it is non-hormonal, so why not? Because remember, the other injection the other injection trial failed because of the side effects. But here now is a question where with the pill that is there, it's easy, I think. Just pop it.
I think so. But I think that it is more a psychological issue than it is a physiological one. Because we have to deal with so many things: culture, tradition, ego. Never. People's never gonna take it. Not even that. They'll forget. Have you taken your pill this morning? Which pill? That's
that pill
you'll be given.
But when you talk about men taking pill, there's another pill that men find it easy to take. The blue pill.
But now, because this is what I'm saying.
Because then again,
it's
that
directly linked to performance.
To performance, yes.
Exactly.
So, because then again, we also have to deal with the fact that, like you said, there is the notion that when it comes to birth control and contraceptives, it's a woman's thing. It's perceived to be a woman's thing. You handle with the rest. Mimi, I am here to do business. You know what I mean? So now it is how to change that conversation and ensure that men partake this information and know that it is not only for their own benefit, but for their partners as well. Because like like the man here who says he's happy simply because the wife has a problem when it comes to using coils and all the other contraceptives, and they react to that, and this is hormonal, happens to many women. So here's a question where, how then do men become solution bearers to contraceptive use, especially in an instant where your partner suffers whenever they use the same? You think it'll fly?
Let's see. And Luca Biero, it's not a waste of time. The reason why we have these conversations is because it's necessary for us to look into some of these things. But having said that, let's look into this Expressway story, Dennis.
Expressway. So, iko katika page 4 na page 5. So, President Uhuru Kenyatta was clad in a navy blue suit, white shirt and a red tie when he took to the podium to deliver his speech for the 2019 Jamhuri Day celebrations at Nairobi's Nyayo Stadium. He often wore dark-colored suits on serious occasions such as his 2013 inauguration and several high-level engagements with his foreign counterparts and other important bureaucrats. On the 56th Jamhuri Day celebrations, the president meant business. Midway through his speech, he revived a difficult debate the taxpayers had over the years unsuccessfully tried to win, public servants using public projects to line their pockets. Now, Mr. Kenyatta directed then Attorney General Paul Kihara Kariuki to begin drafting the conflict of interest bill, which he had hoped would block public servants from doing business with the government and have the families declare their wealth. After a protracted battle, MPs gave up an attempt to water down the bill and passed a version proposed by Mr. Kenyatta's successor, President William Ruto, had voted a weakened bill initially passed by Parliament and unable to raise the requisite numbers to override the President's memorandum expressing displeasure with the amendments. MPs finally agreed with his version. The bill is currently awaiting presidential assent. Now, fast forward to March 26, 2021, when construction of the Nairobi Expressway, a project whose importance President Kenyatta had on several occasions stressed to the public, was in high gear. On that day, Rose Wamaitha Ngote was registered as the sole owner of Edgeworth Properties Limited, inheriting all shares from Ropat Trust Company Limited. Not long after Edgeworth Properties surrendered its land to Kell Infrastructure Construction Company Limited, the toll roads contractor for extraction of sand to be used in the project. Now, Kell Infrastructure was also to use the land as a dumping ground for construction materials. Kell Infrastructure was hired under a public-private partnership model, which would see the private firm invest 88 billion shillings and recoup its investment by collecting from the several tolls installed along the 27.1 billion shillings. Now, the nation could not establish the exact amount of money that the Kenyatta family earned through the sand deal or specific quantities of the construction material extracted from the land. But a tax appeals tribunal case indicates that in 2022 alone, Edgeworth Properties declared dividends payable to its sole shareholder, Enke Investments, as 1 billion shillings.
So shida iko?
Shida iko. At the time when President Uhuru Kenyatta was actually fighting members of civil servants not to play ball, not to do business with government.
Yeah.
When it comes to this construction of expressway,
his family through a firm that was allegedly not linked to him was doing business. But now, based on a matter that is in court in a tax tribunal, it has exposed that actually the Kenyatta family was doing business with government. Woi.
Yes.
Okay.
Unaongelea his side, lakini his side wewe unakula.
Nini?
Unakula.
Oh, wow. All right. So, let me share another story. In this carried in the Standard today, a police officer denies the charge of killing vendor Boniface Kariuki. Police Constable Clinzy Masinde Baraza has denied charges of murder in connection with the fatal shooting of 22-year-old street vendor Boniface Kariuki Mwangi in Nairobi during the June 17th, 25th protest. 17th. Masinde appeared before High Court Judge Kimondo Kanyi yesterday, where he entered a plea of not guilty. Plea of not guilty is accordingly entered, Justice Kanyi announced after the charge was read. The Directorate of Public Prosecutions, through State Prosecutor Vincent Monda, told the court that the accused is facing one count of murder, contrary to Section 203 as read with Section 204 of the Penal Code. The particulars of the charge indicate that on the 17th of June 2025, outside Imenti House in Nairobi Central Business District within Nairobi County, you murdered Boniface Kariuki Mwangi. This is what the charge sheet says. Masinde pleaded to the charges after the prosecution tendered a mental assessment report in court showing that he was fit to stand trial. So he's all right.
Yes.
Masinde, who was dressed in a white jumper and a blue face mask, interestingly, ironically enough, wearing a face mask, charged with the murder of a man who was selling masks. He stood silently as he was flanked by prison officers while his lawyer, Abdurazak Mohammed, requested more time to formally prepare a bond application. They sought 14 days in order to do this, and they wanted to pursue his release on bail pending trial. However, the state prosecutor opposed the bid to have Masinde released on bond. He said the public will be opposing the accused person's release on bond pending trial. We have since filed an affidavit opposing bail sworn by investigative officer Sarah Nyamweya. So he emphasized the need for both the integrity of the case and the officer's own safety. He said this was at risk if they actually let him go. Justice Kanye granted Masinde 7 days to file a formal bail application and serve the DPP with the victim's lawyers. I beg your pardon. The family of Karaoke was also granted several days to file the response to Masinde's bail request. They ordered him to be remanded at Industrial Area Prison Remand pending the hearing for his bail application on the 19th of August. So he's denied the charge. I don't know. I don't know. It's just weird to me. It was on TV. We saw it. Yeah. Everybody. We've played it over and over again. We saw exactly what happened.
You know, it is a judicial process.
I know.
You know, but now thing is, even in denying, I mean, that video is a crucial evidence.
Exactly.
So then how do you get out of it is the question. But that notwithstanding, I remember Ndu, there is a statement that was given by the Cabinet Secretary, Kipchumba Murkomen, shoot to kill. Don't worry about the other things. We will be there. Either it is again tashughulikia. I will defend you. Maliza watu. But here's a question where Mr. Barasa is in court today.
Yes, he is.
Alone in the docks fighting to get out and to walk free.
But did CS Murkomen say this before or after this incident? If he said it after this incident, that, you know, those ones that had already happened, we will not be able to take care of you. But all the ones that happened after I've said what I've said in Josasa, the government has got your back.
Oh, okay.
Do you understand?
Like
if I stand up today and say, today is the 28th of July, 29th of July, right? Then I say, anybody who says good afternoon to me, I will buy you lunch. Now, if you said good afternoon to me yesterday. I'm not going to buy you lunch. But today, moving forward. So,
you know, at the end of the day, these officers, even Mr. Barasa just knows, like, he's done for. I'm sorry, but he's done for.
For goodness sake, look, what are we dancing around here? The video is enough evidence.
The video is enough evidence, and that is one evidence that will be presented in court, and it will be played before a judge, and he has to explain at what point that was not him pulling the trigger.
Yeah,
he has to explain how if ballistics were done and it's traced back to a gun that he was having, how he's getting out of it, because at this point the DPP will actually do all these things for him to have a strong case. Remember, this is the public versus Mr.
Barasa. It's interesting. I wonder why lawyers advise their clients to plead not guilty, regardless, in some cases.
Retain and tamu.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sawa.
Ama?
Sawa.
What would you rather do?
Me? There's a video.
So you deny.
Video and drama. Okay.
Deny.
Deny. It wasn't me.
Yeah.
Which you already did.
Yeah. So let's talk about the matter facing Nairobi woman rep Esto Pasaris.
Okay.
Right? Now, the push to remove Nairobi woman representative Esther Muthoni Pasaris from office is now officially underway, marking the beginning of what could become Kenya's first recall of a sitting member of parliament. Leading the charge are 4 young Kenyans, Shakira Wafula, Marvin Mabonga, Dominic Omondi and Sichei Soet, who yesterday walked into the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission offices in Nairobi and filed a formal petition seeking Ms. Pasaris' removal. Now, according to the group, the two-term legislator should be ousted for what they describe as sustained constitutional violations and abandonment of our representative duties. The IEBC has confirmed receipt of the petition and is currently reviewing the document to determine whether it meets the legal threshold. Filed within the constitutionally allowed window after 2 years in office and not within the last year of a term, the petition represents a rare attempt to invoke the recall mechanism provided for under Article 104 of the Constitution. Now, no Kenyan MP has ever been successfully recalled. According to the petitioners, Ms. Pasaris has failed to faithfully represent the interest of Nairobi residents, particularly women, and has instead aligned herself with a regime that has increasingly suppressed public dissent. Central to the petition is support for a proposed bill in Parliament that would require demonstrators to obtain prior approval from authorities, a move the petitioners argue infringes on the constitutional right to protest. They further accuse her of aligning with the executive overreach, claiming she has repeatedly sided with the Kenya Kwanza administration on contentious matters often at the expense of public interest. The activist also highlight her silence during recent protests that were violently dispersed by police, resulting in several injuries and allegations of sexual violence.
Wow.
Do you think the petitioners have a case?
I was about to ask you what was the reason behind them, and it's obviously connected to her being the mover of this motion for this bill, for example, not the motion for of this bill. And so because of that, that's why it has come through. I don't know.
Because if
is this a litmus test for the fact that Kenyans can actually recall their members of representation? Is this going to be the one that falls through and says, okay, fine, this is how it can actually work, this is what you must actually do? If you're aggrieved enough to the point whereby you say, then let's petition this thing and get, because they've already done, they've got the signatures, they've done what needs to be done, then they will hear it. And if they hear it and realize that there are grounds for, because after all, it's the people have to bring it because it's the people who voted you in. I don't know if it's secure enough grounds for that to happen.
Because if you look at some of the issues they're citing is the fact that the legislator is pushing for the amendment of the constitutional provisions that require one to go seek for permission to demonstrate. And that alone, I think what the petitioners are trying to communicate with the legislators is, we will recall you. If they manage to, if IEBC determines that yes, indeed, the petition has followed the law, now the next step is collecting the signatures, and all they need is around 1 million signatures. And once you get that, now is the next process of, we'll say 50% of registered voters in Nairobi turn up to vote for impeachment of recall of Esto Pasaris. If that happens, I think it's a clear communication to members of parliament that
this can happen.
This can happen.
So style up.
This can happen. And actually it can happen.
Is it did you say it's IEBC who's going to sit and think?
You see,
this one, IEBC.
This one, this one for Ethicon.
All right.
Yes,
that'll be interesting. To see how that would go through. All right. Why head teachers want parents to pay more fees? That's the last story that we'll look at this morning. My goodness. I think that was already done and dusted in terms of what happens. Okay, so why head teachers want this? Because they say, look, if the state is not giving us the money, you want us to be able to run these schools. The children are yours, so bring the money, essentially. I mean, it sounds so simplistic, but that's it at the end of the day. Even as President William Ruto affirms his government's committed to providing the basic education, two of his cabinet secretaries, John Mbadi and Julius Ogamba, are grappling with growing pressure from head teachers faced with acute funding shortages. Remember that they were already in a position of debt. So they are being owed, the ministry is owing, treasury is owing
64 billion.
64 billion over the last 5 years. That has been the case. So going into 6 years now, they're already in debt, and they've been owing people, trying to patch up, charging parents more here. The crisis has exposed a significant financial mismatch that threatens the backbone of the country's basic education system. Despite public reassurances from the Ministry of Education and free primary education and free day secondary education remain intact, school heads speaking under the aegis of the Kenya Secondary School Heads Association, KESHA, are raising the alarm. According to KESHA, capitation per student has been slashed. We know this, with irregular delayed disbursements compounding the issue. So you slash it, then you don't send it on time, and then even that with a reduction, how are then folks able to work? The challenges have forced many schools to release students before the official end of the term. They're supposed to have been released according to the calendar by the 31st, which is Thursday. Some sent their children home last week, and some are still sending this week. CS Mbadi admitted to what is actually happening in public schools. We've been receiving less funding for years. This is But the situation has worsened. We have huge debts. The situation in schools is dire. We were supposed to get 6,600 this term, but only received about 3,000. Schools cannot operate under such conditions. This is according to Kesha chairperson Willie Kuria, who is also the principal of Moranga High School. Now get this. This is what capitation is supposed to be.
Yes.
You slash it and you retain 5,000. But even with that, you don't send the full amount. So you know what's going to happen at the end of this school year when November comes to a roll, is that you will have sent less money. Of that 22,000, you're going to have already, and now what reaches schools is actually 17,000.
Yeah.
Even of that 17,000 you've not paid. In this term, the 6,600 that was supposed to be sent for term 2, you've only sent 3,000. So that 3,300, we already know that you're not going to tack it on to third term and then send the remaining 2,000 something plus the 3,300 that you didn't then send. It's not going to happen. And this is the problem. And it's 7 o'clock and I'm annoyed.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga. Steve Munyaho, a Kenyan national who had been detained for 13 years in Saudi Arabia for manslaughter, finally returned home this morning. The international arrival terminal at Jomo Kenyatta International Airport turned into a scene of joy, tears, songs and prayer as family, friends, government officials and religious leaders gathered to receive him just minutes after 1 a.m. Speaking at the airport shortly after the reunion, Principal Secretary for Foreign Affairs Dr. Korir Singaway said that not only had a judgment already been rendered, but all legal appeals had been exhausted. Execution dates had already been set. The only lifeline was to pay $1 million, which is approximately 129 million Kenya shillings in blood money, known as dear, to the family of the deceased Yemeni man involved in the 2011 fatal altercation with Munyaho. Munyaho, on his part, thanked everyone who prayed for him and contributed towards his freedom and return home. The Independent Policing Oversight Authority is expected to issue a report into the incident where police officers prevented the opposition from holding their political rally in Murang'a County on Sunday. In the incident, the leaders claimed that they were attacked by police officers who used excessive force to disperse them, with some of them seriously injured. Led by DAPK leader Eugene Wamalwa, the leaders have also linked the violence to an assassination attempt and called for action against the perpetrators.
3 vehicles were targeted, particularly that of Senator Medu, where there were live bullets shot at his vehicle. There were also live bullets that targeted the vehicle of Honorable Jamle Kamau. Also have the vehicle of the Honorable Victor Munyaka that had bullets that are still lodged in that vehicle. We will be, through our lawyers, Kibe and Ndegwa Njiru, be presenting this evidence to you formally, as well as a formal complaint against the specific officers who issued commands. This is not an isolated incident. We do recall that last Sunday also, our team was again attacked in Subukia. They had gone to church.
They've also urged the government to prevent any incidents that could lead to violence before the next general elections.
What we are witnessing in recent past is serious police brutality and abuse of human rights, the abductions and forced disappearances, and this is something we want to bring formally to you through our lawyers. For today, we wanted to just bring this to your notice. I'm happy that you have already been briefed, because it's in public knowledge that these matters are going on. The opposition is being intimidated to the level that they will not be allowed to move freely around their country.
Energy Cabinet Secretary Okoh is set to continue flagging off the last mile electrification projects at Meru and Embu counties today. Speaking in Raniar's last evening, Mungai said the Kenya Kwanza government aims at ensuring that 80% of Kenyans are connected to electricity by 2027. He said that power connectivity would make room for development as well as bring security across regions.
Ni mpango ya Mheshimiwa Rais ya kwamba kila kijiji kiwe na stima na ikiwezekana kila boma. Na hii mpango ya stima Mheshimiwa Rais amesema ya kwamba tukifanya tuifanye bila ubaguzi au wala mapendeleo yoyote, ya kwamba kila kijiji, kila county, kila sub county ihudumiwe vilivyo. Na hii project ya stima vile vile ni ya bure. Hakuna mtu hata mmoja, hakuna mwananchi anastahili kulipa hata peni moja. Ile malipo utakuwa unalipa ni ile ya bili ya stima.
That's the news wire. I'm Lea Ubaga.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing policy of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
At 7 minutes after 7 on this 29th day of July, this is the Situation Room. It's Kenya's biggest conversation. Getting into the first hour of conversations that we'll be having this morning. We'll let you know, we already let you know what that was, but we'll get into more details in just a minute. And Dennis has been connecting us. How?
Yes, and today we are in your homes, and in your homes we are there with Safaricom Home Fiber. Now, we talk about Safaricom Home Fiber, we talk about Mambo ni Matatu. And Mambo ni Matatu in what sense? We're talking about 3 packages. So we have the bronze package that gives you 15 Mbps at 2,999. We have the silver 30 Mbps at 4,199, and gold 80 Mbps at 6,299. Now, you see, when you talk about these packages, yeah, you are getting faster speeds because Safaricom increases these speeds, yeah, but at the same price. At home, I'm using the bronze package at 2,999, and tell you what to do. I'm able to attend class easily, you know. I am able to attend my meetings easily. My sister and brother are able to do their businesses because my brother is a coder, so he uses the internet quite frequently for him to be able to do everything. Now, when it comes to watching my favorite movies, Netflixing here and then, just chilling, Safaricom Home Fiber ensures that I'm enjoying what? Smooth streaming. When it comes to listening to quality music or even streaming SpiceFM over the weekends when I'm not here, I'm able to do that all easily. Now, Safaricom is giving you all these fast speeds at the same price. You don't need to add anything. They've added you faster speeds, more speed, but at the same price. Now, question is, why do you want to pay more for less? If Safaricom is giving you all these, including a power backup. So, Stima imeenda, Kenya Power has done that thing. But Safaricom ensures that you will enjoy your quality of life is still the same. You are able to continue streaming, continue to enjoying fast, stable, and internet that is there to sort you out. Safaricom is telling you that CC is just priced right for the right home. Mr. Mkhwana? Anywhere you want to go, Safaricom Home Fiber is there to sort you out. You agree?
Yeah, I agree.
You endorse the message?
Yes, I do.
Kabisa.
And I enjoy it in my house too, and everywhere.
Yeah, bas.
That's fantastic. And even as you think about doing that this morning, let's face it, there's never a better time to take control of your financial future. So when we say now is your time for wealth, we're not just throwing around a tagline. We're talking about being deliberate with your money, your goals, and your legacy. Standard Chartered Priority Banking offers a comprehensive approach to managing your finances, meeting both your current lifestyle and your future aspirations. Whether you're thinking about starting a portfolio for streamlining your assets, the advice is personalized, is strategic, and tailored to where you are in life. And I get it. When you've worked hard to build something, trust and security become everything. So you want a partner who is not just confident or either competent, but consistent. Someone who protects what matters and helps you grow it. That's what we're looking for. And that's exactly what you get with Standard Chartered. A solid, trusted partner who understands wealth isn't just about money. It's about the people. It's about the values and the futures behind it. So today, what I need you to do is email wealth to wealth.sc. Let's do that again. wealth.ke@sc.com. That's what you need to do. Somebody is going to get in touch with you because your time is now. And now is the time where we talk about things that are happening currently in the country. Doesn't it seem to that wherever you look, we're going to land on an issue. Charles Mukwaya is the Secretary General of the Kenya University Staff Union, otherwise known as KUSU, and he joins us this morning. Charles, good morning.
Morning.
How are you doing?
Very well.
Karibu sana.
Asanteni.
All right, there's a lot that's happening. Wasu told us the other day that, we're going to down our tools and, looking for funding for sending, trying to get in touch with the funding model. So many things we're going to get into this morning, and we're going to take advantage of the time that we have to do that. Before we do that, Dennis has taken us to Vanilla Land. And perhaps you can tell us your interpretation of the proverb that he's going to share.
So the Vanilla Land that she's talking about is known famously for having lemurs. So lemurs are only found in an island country in Africa called Madagascar, the Malagasy people. And we talk about 90% of wildlife found in Madagascar is not found anywhere else in the world. So if you wanted to go enjoy King Julian, if you've watched Penguins of Madagascar,
No.
There's a character called King Julian. Just go look it up. Safaricom will ensure that you get it. You can stream it easily. Right. Yeah. Okay. But let's go to our proverb today. Money without origin disappears like water in hand. Money without origin disappears like water in hand. How would you interpret that?
Crazy. Yeah. Money without origin disappears like. Well, I just guessing when I'm standing on my feet. When you have money in your hands and you don't know where it has come from, you're just spending it, right? And you do not have any form of how to regenerate more. That you have already received and spent, once it's gone, it's gone.
Yeah.
You need to have at least a source of stream, revenue stream, so to speak, that will keep giving you more money as you continue. I don't know whether that...
Yeah, your interpretation is apt. Your interpretation will always be right because it is your interpretation. You can never be wrong. Right?
Okay.
Yes.
Indeed. So we're at a place whereby in this pot of mixing, universities I don't think they were ever out of it, because for the longest time, even the last time you were here, Charles, we were discussing issues around funding for, whether it was academic staff, whether it was funding for union staff, whomever it was, that funding was dwindling, and that there was a need for staff to then be compensated with an increase in the manner in which that had been requested. That seems to not have happened, and it seems to then be getting to the place where it's boiling in this sense that folks would down their tools, and we're talking about countrywide. We're not talking about just in Nairobi. We're talking across the country. Please give us an update in terms of what's going on at the moment, and why do things seem to be so, hot?
Thank you. Things in our universities are hot. It is true. It is true. It is true because these universities are really, each and every passing day, they are really getting financially strapped. Now, this financial constraint that our universities find themselves in, I would say it has a source. The problems that these universities are facing, financial or otherwise, squarely lie on the government of Kenya. Education sector and education itself is a right. It's a constitutional right to the Kenyan people. And one of the pillars when Kenya was getting independent from the colonialists, we promised ourselves 3 things. One was actually to make sure that we will ensure our people tunaondoa ujinga. And that is education. Among the 3 issues that we promised ourselves. And therefore the government took upon itself the duty of ensuring that education and ensuring that Kenyans get education and quality education. That role lies on the government. Now, as at now, the universities are not getting the financial support from the government. Okay. They, as a government, lied to Kenyans that the former funding model was not workable. And therefore they came up with a new funding model, which they said, now this one is the panacea to our problems. We are not saying it. If it is panacea, then why are they not giving these students the scholarships, loans? In fact, the new funding model, what it is doing, it has passed the burden of providing education to parents. That's where the problem is. So when the government says it's not able, it's not going to afford to give these students the necessary tools, then who will? If the duty to give education to Kenyans belongs to the government, who will? We have said time and again, parents in this country do not have, majority of our parents to the students who come to our universities are very poor. Because the economy is not doing well. Again, it's courtesy of the government. If the government was ensuring that it's providing an enabling environment, the economy is thriving, Kenyans are working, then perhaps parents would have a way of making some money to take their kids to school. But look at what we're having. So the government must play its role first. And even in that funding model, there is a bit that the family is giving. Yes, we are talking about the portion that the government is supposed to give. Give this portion and let the parent then do his or her bit. The government has refused. Now, when you refuse, what do you want? You expect students to come and just sit and look around at you?
Is an unavailability of resources, according to what we've been told by Treasury, right? If an unavailability of resources, does that equate to them not wanting to do this, or are we saying this unavailability is an excuse?
In fact, you've put it right. In our understanding, inavailability of funds that the government is talking about is artificial. Why do I say so? I say so because look at what the government is doing. When you look at the need to have educated population, and then you choose not to provide for that, but you decide to put up houses, affordable housing. We are then talking about, or rather, you also have issues to do with you want to put up a church in the State House. That is having our priorities upside down. What is it that we need first? Is it to have houses, to have a church, or to have our children going to school? There's a lot of money. Kenyans are actually contributing a lot of taxes. That if the government were to utilize that money properly, prudently, and ensuring that their priorities are well set to get these Kenyans, on the right path of development, then the government would not be talking about availability of resources. We have resources. Kenyans are contributing more than. Look at the previous governments. The previous governments were able to provide for this, children, education and other services with less taxation. Now we're having the highest taxations ever. Why would the government that is collecting the highest amount of taxes from Kenyans now come to tell us we have no funds and therefore we are not able to provide education?
When you have the discussion, there is you've talked about having an educated population, which should be a priority. Right. But then again, you look at the proposals that have been given by Treasury in terms of right sizing and ensuring that they have a leaner academic staff. And one asks the question, with the population, because over the years, the population that joins universities has continued to increase, but the number of dons as well has not been commensurate with the numbers that are getting in. Now, when the cabinet secretary says that they have to downsize, how then do we ensure that we have an educated population if there are no dons to teach the students first?
First of all, I want to imagine that the cabinet secretary was in a dream. I say so because he is an immediate former employee of the university. He knows what goes on in the university. As a colleague, he ought to know that the numbers of students in these institutions are increasing. I've always said the clamor for our youth to learn, to go to university and get educated is ever increasing. Our schools are churning out more and more students coming to the universities. And therefore, there is need to have a commensurate number of staff, the dons, to teach these students in those universities. When the cabinet secretary says now the government is going to retrench and declare redundancy and so on and so forth, then he must tell us where does he expect these students who are increasing in numbers are going to come and who is going to teach them. You remember just the other day we had a 100% transition?
Transition, yes.
Yes. That is already in our universities. In fact, as we speak right now, the workload that these members of staff are carrying on their shoulders is huge. And that's why you always hear students are being taught by, how do you call this? Lecturers who are moonlighting, he is not actually an employee, but he only visits and he comes and teaches and then he goes away. In the end, then you end up having things like missing results and so on and so forth. Why do you do that? Get these teachers, get these lecturers in place, contract them, ensure that they are actually bonded to work and teach these students, pay them well.
Okay, so we have a problem that the non-academic staff,
yes,
academic staff,
yes,
students, here we are complaining at the non-academic and academic staff, they're complaining about pay. that there is a CBA that was, for those who are unionized,
Yes.
that there was a CBA. Obviously, this deals with government directly because we're talking about public universities.
Yes.
That there was a CBA and that the tenets of the CBA then have not been met because there was an increment that they had agreed upon that has not come, right? Students also now, of course, we see with HELB, they're saying that the money that they need to then give even students to then get, because the new funding model takes on, but then it is activated through HELB. Right? It's this, the organization remains to activate this new funding model.
Yeah.
But they're saying that they don't have enough in terms of resources to then give everybody what they need, even after they've applied. Okay? Yeah. But this is interesting because the amount of money that has been given to education in 2024-2025, that financial year, was 82 billion shillings. This is to public universities. 82 billion. Now, one would assume that the highest, charge on this money is recurrent expenditure, salaries and the like. Does it not take into consideration then all of these things which are being demanded for at this time? And if not, why?
Can you come again?
82 billion shillings is what has been budgeted to go to public universities. Are we essentially saying this money is not enough?
Well, that money may not be enough. You know why? First, even before that money is brought, these institutions are heavily laden with debts. Which debts, majority of whom actually belong to government agencies. We have these universities that have not even, majority of them have not paid the statutory deductions for years.
Whose responsibility would that be?
It's the government. It's the government. When the government is not ensuring that the money given to these institutions is enough for them to pay their debts. Remember, these institutions are state-run institutions. They do not have any other form of income. In fact, even if they came up with their own forms of income generation, there's always government interference. Yes. So they solely rely on the consolidated fund. Now, the consolidated fund, if it's not coming enough, they are not able to pay those debts. So you give them 82, but you have not taken care of what they owe. What do you expect?
So here, let's look at these statutory deductions, because if we take even one institution in Nairobi, this has been one of the big issues. And the amount of money that is being owed in terms of statutory deductions is unbelievable. It's crazy money in the billions that is owed. So when money is deducted at cutoff from your payslip, for example, it is collected, one would assume, in one big basket, and the institution then is responsible to pass that on to the institution, in this case being KRA. Why doesn't that happen? Because now we are saying that now come 2024, 2025, you're in this huge debt over statutory deductions. Are we saying that they don't pay those statutory deductions to the necessary institutions? But it's cut at source from the salaries of non-academic staff, of academic staff. Why doesn't that money get to the institution and it results in debt?
That's a very good question that actually the universities need to know, need to be put. They're supposed to answer that question. The deductions are made.
Yes.
But as to whether that money then gets the intended agency is another thing. That money ends up not. In fact, sometimes you go for KRA clearance certificate. Then you are told you are not compliant, you have not paid your. But at source, I was deducted. The same thing with bank loans. The same thing, everything. You see that? So, as we say that the government is not giving these institutions money, the managers this government has also put in place to run these institutions have also to blame, because they represent the executive arm of the government in those institutions. Yes, you have been put there to do all this, manage these institutions, and so on and so forth. You are deducting and you're not able to send that money. Why can the government then take responsibility or take action against such officers? They are their own officers, you see. So that's why in the whole thing, we are blaming the government. The government has what it takes to ensure that these institutions are run properly. And anybody who does not run them properly on their behalf
must take responsibility.
So, when you talk about statutory deductions, one would assume, say, let's take University A, and in that university, payroll is run by those managing the institution. So, at that point, after the deduction, that money is not remitted to the said agencies, government agencies. Where does this money go to? How does it end up that it is debt if it was removed at source? Have you tried to follow up to just find out where this money has gone to? Because government will say, we gave out the money,
yes,
it was deducted, we never received it. But where did it get lost?
I would lie to you if I told you that I know where the money goes to. Yes, I would be lying. But it is there, and you will find, for example, one of our universities that was closing down the other day, that was actually declared staff redundancies until we had to go to court and overturn that particular action. One reason why we had to move to court quickly was that you are declaring these staff redundancies, but you owe these guys. You have never paid them their salaries, for example. All their third-party loans have not been paid. Whatever. So why are you sending them? You must first of all pay them what belongs to them. So where this money goes to, I don't know.
It remains a
but
mystery.
Your guess is as good as mine. And that's why we say the government must take the leading role. If your own officer you have sent to go and run an institution on your behalf is not doing it properly, I think it's your responsibility to go there and tell this guy, I gave you this mandate, but I'm seeing like you're not doing what I told you. The terms of reference are this. I gave you this much to be able to carry out this. I'm seeing you've not done that. I should now take action against you. Why is the government not taking action against such?
Okay.
Instead, they land on hapless workers. They look at what Mbadi is saying, or retrench and declare. You are landing on innocent workers. It is the managers that are supposed to be put in the dock to answer why whatever that is happening is happening.
Okay, so when UASU goes on strike, when UASU threatens and says, okay, we're actually going to go on strike, who should be paying heed? Should Treasury say, oh, hang on a minute, the university is about to collapse because the academic staff will not be teaching? Because essentially what they said, is we'll grind this thing to a halt. And this is countrywide, right? We'll grind this thing to a halt because we've not been paid. Who is supposed to take responsibility for that? Who's supposed to say, okay, hang on, guys, we didn't meet the tenets of the CBA? Is it individual universities and their people? Is it an umbrella body? Who is supposed to take
thank you. Who is supposed to take responsibility? First and foremost, the university councils. These are the organs that manage these institutions on behalf of the government.
Okay.
And therefore, whenever there's a problem affecting universities, it is this university council that is supposed to quickly move and sit down with the parent ministry, the Ministry of Education, and say, hey, this is what we're having, this is what is coming, how can you help us? If indeed it is the question of money, it is the parent ministry now to contact Treasury and get the necessary funds coming to the university. So the university councils and the government both are the ones who are supposed to.
So here's a question of the CBAs that have existed before, and it is a question of these CBAs have not been honored. They've not been paid all along. But here's a question where now there is the 2025-2029 CBA that Dons have said we must sign these, else we will pretty much stop learning. We will down our tools and no learning will happen. Now, if the previous CBAs have not been honored, here we have another CBA. What are we looking at?
First of all, it may not be true that the previous CBAs have not been honored. When we're talking about the previous CBA, what we are currently having, I think, is the 2021-2025. The government is in the process of implementing it. Yes. We did agree with the government and the university councils that this CBA will be implemented in tranches. And that process is ongoing. We did get the first tranche, I think, in December. And then they are supposed, according to what we agreed, the government is supposed then to send money by 1st of July. So come end of July, we do expect that second tranche should be coming. And then the third tranche, I think, should be coming next financial year. So on that score, that CBA is actually on course. The 2025-2029, the successor CBA now, is the one that we are talking about. Not that it is supposed to be signed. It is supposed to be negotiated first. We have not negotiated it. This 2025 ought to have started on 1st of July 2025, meaning we ought to have negotiated it, signed, and implemented it effective 1st July 2025.
What's causing the delay?
1 month down the line, we have not sat, we have not negotiated, nothing.
What's causing the delay?
I don't know. But us as workers' representatives, we did file our proposals as required by law with the university councils. And then the university councils, upon receiving our proposals, the law requires them now to sit and prepare their counter proposal, and they now invite parties, what we call the joint negotiating committee, on the table. These guys got our proposals. They have never called us onto the table. And that is where the clamor is. Why are you not calling us? We're already late to negotiate that CBA. What instead they're doing, they are busy trying to come up with what they are calling the generic human resource instruments. Hiding behind the guise that the public service has directed that we align our HR instruments with the public service HR guidelines. That's okay. If that is the case, that's okay. But you see, the moment they touch on the current terms of service, then the best, and this is what you're telling them, the best, and then call the JNC, the Joint Negotiating Committee, so that we sit as we negotiate that CBA. The issues that you are trying to come up with are what we proposed in our proposals. Get us on the table. We negotiate this jointly. The ministry, treasury, AG's office, university councils, we sit and we negotiate. They have not come onto the table. And that is also going to cause strife in our universities. The longer they stay to call us on the table and we are getting late, it is just piling problems on top of other problems. We are going to go for them.
Let's take a break at this point and we'll come back and continue with this conversation. Charles Mungai is the Secretary General of the Kenya University Staff Union. We're having a conversation this morning around about what is actually happening in public universities in the country. It seems to always be wrapped around money. We'll also then start to look at own source when we come back from this and say, okay, is there a possibility that universities, mirroring what some others in other jurisdictions are doing, actually start to fund some of these things through other activities? We'll come back and discuss that when we come back from this break. At now 24 minutes to 8 o'clock, this is the Situation Room. We'll be back after this.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
This month on Star Times, love burns, romance gets hotter, secrets run deeper, and the drama never lets up. Loyalty is tested in a war for power on Gangs of Manila on Novella E. Gigi seeks vengeance at any cost in beautiful revenge. Witness the timeless love of Rama and Sita in Ramayan on Novella E+. Honor meets heartbreak in the Chinese drama Feud on ST Kung Fu. Two sisters, one destiny. Together, they are unstoppable in Divya Drishti on Rambo TV+. Renew your subscription for 2 months on your current bouquet and get a free upgrade to the next bouquet for 2 months. Dial *858# for self-service or call 0730-710077 for customer care. Star Times. Enjoy digital life.
Buda, landlord amenipea deadline ya leo. Salon nayo imechelewa. Junior amekuwa msik. Yani drama iko kila mahali.
Bro, wacha pressure. Loop iko na quick loan, unaweza get straight to your phone. That's right. You can now sort out unexpected expenses with a new quick loan on Loop. Borrow up to 100,000 shillings and repay within 30 days. No paperwork, straight to your phone. Simply go to Grow on your Loop app and click quick loan to apply.
Na imeingia. Landlord pewa yako. Stress toka hapa.
It's not just an app, it's a lifestyle. Why wait? Loop it. Download Loop today. Loop is regulated by the Central Bank
Mature,
of Kenya.
intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
What's going on with universities in Kenya at the moment? It's a question that we're trying to look into and then say, okay, what are solutions to these problems, and who's actually having these conversations around the solutions? Because as one of the comments that we've seen this morning is like, we always, every year, without it's like clockwork, that even a broken clock is right twice a day. At some point, it's right. And so it seems as though we will have a strike by universities every year. Somebody's going to down their tools over something. And it seems, Charles, as though we can't run away from that. There must always be a strike. There will always be something wrong. How can we get to the point whereby we actually start to streamline things and the folks don't? And what is it? Why is there always this push and pull? And I want to take this outside of the country a little bit, first of all, and then we can come back in. That where there's a public system, I think about times where universities would go on strike after strike after strike after strike. It's one of the reasons I didn't go to university in Nigeria, because people who would be in a 4-year course end up spending 7 years in university.
Right.
So you want to ask yourself, why do you want to waste your time and your resources to do that?
Yeah.
So go somewhere else and get it done, as is the case for very many. And then you also have the proliferation of private universities that will curb this problem. Whereas the answer should be that public school, from ECD through to university, that the publics should be the ones that hold the fort.
Yes.
Because it's government.
Yes.
It's yours. You own it. So why do we have these perennial issues?
Thank you. In fact, it's absurd that every year in our universities we always go on strike. And for us to get anything done, we must actually down our tools. It's absurd. It is dishonorable. It gives us a bad name as a country. But there we are. What do we do? When our rights are being infringed on, we just have to move in that direction. That we push and then we get. But why do we think this happens year in, year out? I've told you, the managers of these institutions and the government are to blame. When resources are not being availed, you would expect scarce resources will always cause strife. But why universities? I was just sharing with him, Dennis, that you see in our universities, the government and the managers of these institutions do not bother to sit down with us in good time to agree on the successor CBS in good time and make a proviso for the same through the budgets. They will wait 2-3 years have gone by. That's when they're calling you onto the table. Let us now discuss and negotiate this.
Okay.
Obviously, by that time, the financial years have already passed. So the allocation is not available. So the government now promises you, now we'll factor in the next financial year. At that time, what are you eating? What are you having? You also have needs. So the government actually is to blame. Secondly, the government also has to blame in this case. Who are the owners of these private universities? Who?
Tell us.
The honchos in the government. Yes. Some of these guys own these private universities. So when these public institutions are run down, it is actually the advantage. Why would you imagine this? Why would you imagine students who have actually qualified to join public universities are admitted in private universities and money is sent, their money is being taken there for these students to learn? Why? Why would that happen? And yet you have your own
in
public
the form
universities.
Of capitation?
Yes. Why would you do that? In any case, now that you're coming up with a new funding model, which you are saying is student-centered, in other words, the money will follow the student. The more the students that you have in your university, the more money you're going to get. But you're the same person, the government, who is sending these students in private to join private universities. Aren't you killing your very own public universities? You are doing that. So this thing is the government. The government must pull up its socks. The issues that Cabinet Secretary Mbadi is talking about, those are hallucinations that we are not going to listen to. We will not listen to them. Yes, stakeholders must sit and we look at each other's eye and say where the problem is and we sort it out. We cannot continue like this. Education is a right to Kenyans, and the government's role is to provide for funding. Then the government also must ensure that these institutions are enabled to generate their own resources, to augment what the government is giving. When we used to have parallel degree programs, our institutions were not in this kind of situation because they were able to generate funds that would help clear the deficit that perhaps the government was creating, or whatever less money that was being received. Universities would be able to, but again, who killed those parallel degree programs? It's not the universities. No. Even if there were problems, small problems here and there due to this parallel degree, those were issues that would be easily fixed. Then you allow the programs to go. Of course, one of the complaints would have been, and we used to hear that with parallel degree programs, universities were ensuring that they take in less regular students to create more space for parallel degree. But that is it's a storm in a cup of tea. That is something that you can fix and ensure that does not happen. That's why we have COOPs, to ensure that the students who have qualified to join regular degree are placed in those universities. So for me and my colleagues, we did not take, and we don't take that as a reason as to why parallel degree programs were pulled down. You go on the overseas, we have these parallel degree programs going on in the universities. There are students who are coming in through the regular, and then there are those who are coming in as self-sponsored. That is a worldwide practice in overseas universities. Why not here? So we curtail our universities from making their own money, and then we also ensure that we don't give them adequate funds. What exactly does the government want us to do?
So, Charles, are you having this discussion with the government with regard, first of all, to in terms of on-source revenue? If you look at a university like Egerton University back in the days, a stellar university, good in research, agriculture, doing well, able to stand on its own feet based off what it was generating. Today, it is a sad story. But then again, you look at the parallel program, you said it is an international best practice that has been there. Now that universities find themselves in this quagmire, are you having this discussion with government in terms of bringing back parallel programs and also perhaps getting a boost for universities that were known for what they were doing, like the Egertons, the major universities, to get back to where they were? Are these conversations happening?
I would tell you, Dennis, that these conversations are ongoing, but not in a manner that would give one hope. We keep on telling the government and stakeholders the need to revive some of these programs to help our institutions. But then you surprisingly find that some of the people who may be opposed to these programs, or who give very negative remarks about those programs, are our very own managers. When a manager tells you, these students were making education to become very expensive. It was coming to be for the rich only, because are the ones who can bring their students to. But you are the one who has made it. You are the one who is making sure that vacancies that are available are only a few for the. You want to make more money so that you corrupt yourself by bringing in more students on parallel degree. These are the things we are saying the government can fix. If this money is coming in and there are people with sticky hands who want to lay their hands on it, the government has the wherewithal to get people to ensure that the money that has been paid in through parallel degree programs and other income generating activities is prudently managed. It is the duty of the government.
I understand that there is a duty that the government bears when it comes to public institutions, to basically ensure that they run and run right. Isn't it time that we look at a shift in the model whereby, look at devolution, own source revenue is a thing for counties, that you have to actually start to think. What it does is that it mirrors the federal model of governance, whereby, again, we'll go to federal states on the continent, Nigeria being one of them, whereby there's the state government and then there's the federal government, whereby you get a little bit of funding as a state from the federal government, but then for the operations, you will have to generate income in order to run the show. Is it plausible to imagine such a situation for public academic institutions whereby self-funding to an extent actually comes into play? Not necessarily because there's a shortfall, but also looking towards positions of independence, because you can't be independent when you're still tied to the purse strings. Are there talks, are there activities around which do any public universities, beyond school fees, actually generate their own funds?
First and foremost, that would be interesting if we're to move in that direction, because these institutions are set-run. First, that identity cannot be lost. They belong to the public. They are run by the public fund, the consolidated fund. It is good, and it's very good practice, if such institutions were also given an opportunity to generate their own, but not to make them independent, so to speak, because then if they become independent, then what will be the difference between them and private universities?
Then in this case, truly owned by the public, whereby whether it's activities around which surplus can be made, and this is the selling, whether it is research, whether these institutions become research hubs for certain things, and to be known for that. University of Nairobi, Egerton was already well on its way to be an agricultural center for Kenya. Could have been big time, not just within the country, but also outside the country. The policies and the research, the analysis that was done at Egerton is crazy that we look at it now, that all of that could potentially swirl down the drain. And here we are with an opportunity whereby you could generate resources, you could then use those funds that come in surplus for other things, as opposed to, well, here we are on this gold mine essentially, but we let it go down the toilet because we're waiting for funds to come from National Treasury. I mean,
it's crazy. It's crazy. In fact, these institutions, given the opportunity, they can generate their own fund. They can, because they have tried to, like I talk about, Egerton was purely an agricultural niche. University of Nairobi, medicine and law and so on and so forth. You go to Kenyatta University, education. Each had actually a niche, and given that opportunity, they can do a lot and a lot. The problem is management. The problem is management of those resources. When these resources are generated, how are we using that money? You have just talked about Egerton. I happen to be an alumni of that institution. All that the university used to generate went down the drain simply because the managers were not up to the task.
They couldn't handle it.
It's corruption. It's corruption. And perhaps that's the reason as to why the government, in its own wisdom, decided now, okay, even those parallel degree programs that are generating funds, but those funds are going down the drain, we stop it. But I'm saying that was a wrong decision. Those are issues those are small loopholes that can be sealed to ensure that these institutions generate money so that they augment whatever the government is giving them.
There you go.
With what we are able to generate. But the government must ensure that money is prudently used. Secondly, when you allow these institutions to come up with their own income generating activities, don't interfere as a government. I keep talking about Kenyatta University, teaching and referral hospital here. When the university came up with that, a noble idea, Very noble idea. In fact, world over, world leaders are either treated in military or university hospitals.
Yes. Absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah. So when our own university comes up with such a facility, we get very proud. We are happy. And we have the personnel and the intellect to run them. But what happens? When now it is off the ground, it's now running, the government comes and takes it and says, now this is our own parastatal. So are you really as a government allowing these institutions to come up with their income generating activities? Do you want to encourage them to do that, or you want to discourage them and at the same time you don't give them enough funds? That's the question I'm asking. What does the government want us to do? Yes.
So here's a question of the management that you've talked about in terms of utilizing resources and using them prudently.
Yes.
It is a problem that continues to stare at Kenyans, especially in different sectors. But when you talk about universities and you being at the center and knowing where the problem is, one would assume these are things you've raised, say, with the EACC, with the police, the investigative agency, the government itself for these changes. And you have raised it with the government. But you've asked, what does the government want? But what is the government telling you with regard to ensuring that what you're calling for, which pretty much is justice and proper use of resources, is done? Yes. Are they silent? And if so, kwa nini?
Dennis, you'll be surprised. We have written and written and written. We have complained about some of this malpractice and malfeasance that we find in our institutions. It lands on deaf ears. It lands on deaf ears. Egerton University, for example, had colossal sums of money committed to putting up an electric fence around the entire university. And the university is big. Egerton has a lot of land. That fence, as we speak, cannot even catch a fly. Electric fence. Electric fence. And before then, they put up a grandiose gate.
52 million?
Yes. Yeah. All such like projects we have had to complain about. Told the government and the relevant agencies that, no, there's something here that is not right. Can you get there and find out exactly what it is? I can tell you the amount of silence that has... we cannot imagine. So it means that somebody somewhere in the government is sleeping on his or her job, or is just disinterested, or he says, Malia Uma, let it be, or whatever it is. Yeah. But then what we end up with is a student who is suffering. Because when lecturers refuse to go to class and teach, it is that poor boy or girl who actually is going to suffer. With that poor parent who has struggled to sell firewood and some chicken, to get this boy or girl to school, who is going to suffer. You see that? So we squarely blame the government. Why does the government not want to fight corruption in our institutions? Why does the government not want to hold the managers responsible for mismanaging these resources that we are given? And why does the government itself not give money that is required to these institutions? So it is the government. You own these institutions, you own these managers, you have the agencies that are supposed to help you carry out all these issues, and you're not doing it. Charles, so the question is, what do you want us to do as a government?
If you were to rate the status of universities in the country out of 10, how would you rate it?
4 Why? Out of 10.
Wow.
4. But these are institutions that have the potential to attract the very best from within and outside this country. They have the potential. We have the cream de la cream, men and women who are well-read there, who have carried out research, who are ready to teach these boys and girls. But the government is not helping them, facilitating them to do that. By allowing some lazy, busy bodies to manage this institution, just down the drain. Yeah.
So, will the impending strikes that we're hearing from different quarters solve this problem? Or will it take the attention of government for just a short period of time and then we go back into this tailspin that we are used to year after year?
Very interesting. You know, now we are used to those industrial strife, courtesy of our constitution. And they serve.
Okay.
But as you said, they will attract the attention of the government for some time. But then after lull, we go into another, period of some... We will do it. We can go on strike. Whichever time we case, like the government says, after all, they'll go on strike and then they get back and then life continues like that. But we'll go. Should we be pushed to the wall, then we will be forced to call our members down their tools. Yes.
UASU's already done it. I think they've given a couple of days and said, they will be downing tools, depending on what's done or not done. But they seem very hell-bent on doing this. What would happen, essentially, if UASU, as a union, were to put down? What would we see?
There will be paralysis in our institutions of higher learning, definitely. And as you know, September is when the new academic year begins.
Yes.
Yeah, so students and their parents are preparing to get these boys and girls back on the campuses.
Yeah.
And so should we, like our colleagues have threatened to go on strike, which also I'm seeing because I'm just going for a meeting at 9 o'clock with our organs, some of these things are going to be discussed. Okay. So it means then that should we, all decide that we down our tools, come September, then there will be paralysis in our institutions of higher learning, which in my view is not the right thing. We shouldn't have these boys suffer. The government must just come. So by the time we are going on strike like that, it's not that we are targeting our students.
Yeah.
But we are just trying to attract the attention of the government. Come. Do something. Get these boys and girls back to class. Yes.
Charles Mukwaya is the Secretary General of the Kenya University Staff Union. He's been our guest this hour. The state of universities in Kenya. Let's see what happens after that meeting and then before December. Thank you for coming in this morning.
Most welcome.
Asante sana. It is 8 a.m.
Thank you.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Leah Obaga. Sabuti MP Caliber Messi has said that the Orange Democratic Movement is no longer working well. The legislator called on the party leadership to address the issues urgently, calling on young people to respect the party leader Raila Odinga. Messi said Raila should be respected because of the space that he holds democratically, even if they don't agree in terms of ideologies. This event comes as camps comprising key ODM figures from the Western and Nyanza regions are slowly taking shape as Raila's party faces its biggest threat for a split in its 22 years of existence. At the heart of the clash is Secretary General Edwin Sifuna's insistence that the party must not support President Ruto's re-election in 2027. Interior Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen says corruption continues to hamper security operations in the country. Speaking in Trans Nzoia County, where he chaired a security forum meeting, Murkomen urged police officers to fulfill their responsibility properly and refrain from bribery.
We have a monster inaitwa corruption. Hiyo sasa ndio inaharibu kabisa kila kitu. Yenye watu wakitaka chochote lazima ulipe kitu. Hata washajua. Nilikuwa naambia some police officers wanajua tu roadblock ikiweka mahali mtu wa conductor wa gari hata ulizi makosa yake ni nini, ashaweka tu kwa mkono, akifika anapeana, akiendanga unasikia tu anapiga gari top, anapeana hivi na kwenda. And we have normalized in our country. Please, let us change our ways. Let us uphold integrity. And the IG and we have discussed, and the National Police Service, that we don't need to transfer officers who take bribes.
Murkomen has cited the use of alcohol and drugs as another major challenge implicating some security officers in their legal trade.
I have spoken to the IG so that they send a special team kwa DCI wakuje wafagie hapa kabisa mwezi moja mbili mpaka hapa ikuwe safi. Ifakie kutana na chief mwenye yako ya maneno asanywe, assistant chief asanywe, police officer mwenye anafanya hiyo maneno akwende. Wacha ile maneno ulikuwa unasema hapa ati wewe mzee ati polisi asionekane ameinuliwa. Tutainua mwenye anauza bangi. kwa sababu hiyo inaleta haibu kwa the other police officers. They must be dealt with because you know the people who are messing up police service ni wachache, and if we don't get them out of our midst, we will not have a functioning police service. So we are coming for you.
Markman has the Interior CS also emphasized the importance of integrity among security officers, as some of them have lost respect by engaging in crime.
Nilikuja siku ngine one corner, nikauliza watu shida ya hapa ni nini, wasema ni chang'aa. Nikauliza na hii chang'aa kwa nini iko hapa na kuna OCS na chief, wakasema OCS ndio sasa msimamizi wa mama bima, yeye ndio mwenyewe, and it is known. Wewe umeenda to local community mahali, kila mtu anakuona, hata una aibu, wanajua tu unachukua kitu, mambo inaendelea kuharibika in your place. Let us remind ourselves that we came to serve. Chiefs, you live in the community, so your testimony cannot be hidden.
And finally, in the international scene, more than 40 people were killed in an attack by an Islamic State affiliate in Northeastern Democratic Republic of Congo. The UN and the military said most of them were worshippers taking part in a night vigil at a church in the town of Komanda when they were attacked by Allied Democratic Forces fighters. 9 of those killed were children. Nearby shops and businesses were looted and set on fire. That's the news wire. I'm Lea Ubaga.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
A very good morning at 7 minutes after 8 o'clock. Good morning. This is the Situation Room. It's Kenya's biggest conversation. Getting into another one this hour. I know it's a chilly morning out there, but, you know, in here, we'll have those conversations that are hot and necessary for us to do. Our live streams are up on YouTube, Facebook, and on X, and we continue with our audience on KTN this morning. You connected us, Dennis. Yes. Tell us more about that.
I just want to talk about connectivity. One thing that always comes across across the mind is reliability. Just how reliable is the internet that I'm using? Because I don't want to get connected to an internet that I'm struggling with speeds, that if it goes, power is off, I'm also not connected to the internet. But this is where Safaricom comes in. Safaricom Home Fiber has reliable internet, not just at any specific time, but all day, every day. You know, Safaricom Internet through its packages. So we have 3 packages. We have the bronze, which gives you 15 Mbps at 2,999. Remember, this is added speed. Now silver, 30 Mbps at 4,199. And we have gold, 80 Mbps at 6,299. You see, in modern day times, and especially after COVID, what have we been doing a lot? Zoom calls. Streaming. There is one actually even called WebEx, because I use WebEx for class. Yeah. And because these Safaricom Home Fiber Internet ensures that you're stable all through, even when power is out. You know, I'm even closing my eyes. When power is away, you just remember, oh, I have the inbuilt power backup that allows me to continue with what it is I was doing. I'm able to continue with my class. I'm able to attend my meetings. I am able to enjoy my streams all day, every day. Safaricom tells you that at the same price you get faster speeds. Doesn't get any better than that. All right. That why would you pay more for less? Why would you pay more for less? Safaricom is actually telling us that the Safaricom Home Fiber is fast, stable, and is priced just right for every home. All right. Your home, my home, Safaricom Home Fiber, check. Mheshimiwa confirms. What else are you looking for? Inside. Go get yourself signed up. Fantastic. All right, that's the way to do it. You need to get yourself signed up for 2,999 shillings. If peradventure you don't have this 2,999 shillings, as you know, sometimes there will be such a deal and you'll be like, okay, sir, where will I get the money from? How am I going to make it? Nanzia wapi. Something is going to come at some point. There will be unexpected bills. There will be that payment that you've not finished. Well, you know what Loop is saying? I got you. How? The Loop app is one that you need to get into today, because honestly, it's not just an emergency, it's a lifestyle, right? It's not just any other app. It actually is a lifestyle. What I want you to do today, if you haven't already, because if you haven't, I'll ask you why. But if you have, what you need to do is you need to download the Loop app. Go to your Loop app and then you need to go to the Grow tab. You get on the Grow tab and you apply for a loan of up to 100,000 shillings at very, very affordable interest rates for 30 days. No queues, no documentation, no blah blah blah. We're getting rid of the blah 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 with the Loop app, and you can make sure you get that money in seconds. What I want you to do today is that you go to the Grow app on your Loop, the Grow tab on your Loop app. You apply and take a screenshot of that application, send it to us, SpiceFM KE, across our platforms, a DM mind you, and then we could extend you 5,000 shillings, because that what we'll do is that you may or may not get your loan. You get your loan, but then we'll add some 5,000 shillings to that for you. So send us that screenshot, and you could be the one with 5,000 shillings today. And yet the most beautiful thing that I've just seen is how your dress just looks like the Loop app.
I am Loop, and Loop is I today. Okay, so that's the way we're going to do it today. Get onto that Loop app on your Google App Store or your your Google Play Store, your Apple App Store, and let's get that in. He's the Member of Parliament for Saboti constituency, is Caleb Amisi. He's here with us this morning. Good morning, Mheshimiwa.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
I'm doing fine. Today I think I've come on time.
You're on
Not
time?
Not like the other time.
And you're in good health?
Yes.
Everything is tip-top?
Yes.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Good to have you in the room this morning. There are many, many, many things going on, and you're one of the most vocal. The interesting thing is that you say it, but you also write it, and you follow it. We're going to go into some of those things this morning. Yeah. But Dennis wants to welcome you with today's proverb from Madagascar.
Yes.
And we'd like your interpretation of it.
So, Mhesh, if you didn't know, Madagascar just split from Africa 188 years ago, but also split from India 80 years ago. So that makes it part of Africa more than India.
Yeah.
All right?
Yeah.
But now let's go to the proverb today. Money without origin disappears like water in hand. Money without origin disappears like water in hand. How would you interpret that?
I think it just means the money must have foundation. If you, it's like easy come, easy go. So if you want money that you can depend on, then it must be built on some foundation. More like the people who get money quickly without proper development record, and it disappears as it comes. Yeah. That's how I can
because perhaps our Julie talk up.
Yes.
I like that, a source that you can depend on.
Yes.
Just this fleeting stuff.
Yes.
Okay. Many might say that you're that gentleman, but even as we get into the conversation today, and we're looking at shifting grounds, and it seems like a day in politics is like 1,000 years, and 1,000 years in politics is like a day. Things can change just like that, and things start to shift and start to move. And so the question then becomes, where does Kenya stand? There's on your X a few days ago, this is what you said. To all those who stop me along the corridors of institutions, airports, malls, supermarkets, along dark alleys and light alleys, from every corner in my daily maneuvers, and every road I walk to cheer me on, telling me we love our work, continue injecting and continue standing up for the common mwananchi, that you love my audacity. Well, I have some good news for you. I promise you, nothing but total renaissance of our country. A generation must stand up and do what needs to be done. If we don't do, no one else will. And then you say, #Ruto must go. It is a national emergency. Kenya needs a renaissance. That is what you said on the 24th of July.
Yes.
Why? What did you mean by that?
I think it is very clear. What is it, the language, or do I write in Kiswahili or in Luya?
You know why I started? you know why I started with 1,000 days?
Yeah.
Is like a day in Kenyan politics, and a day is like 1,000 days, because Caleb Amisi can say this today.
Yeah.
And then it shifts.
No, but I think I've been one of the most principled leaders. Remember, I've been elected in an ODM ticket in an area that is not predominantly ODM. In a very hostile ground. I've delivered twice, basically because when I'm committed to a cause, I'm committed. I do not waver. I do not go against my party ideals. I am those people you can depend on, principled to the core. That one I know myself, and that's why I actually stand as the only elected member of parliament who has never met William Ruto. When everybody was scrambling to meet him, even when he was a deputy president, even during the handshake of Uhuru, I never, all elected leaders had meeting with them in State House, in Karen, in Sugoi. I never met, because when I decided this is my way of doing my politics and I do not agree with you, there is no meeting point. So you do not expect me to be the other politicians who shift from one day that are like this. We are trying to be different, and the new generation must also show. If we behave the same way our older generation have been behaving, then what is the young people coming to learn from us? They look upon us as the young leaders, so we cannot afford to be like the political dinosaurs.
You see, Amisi, as we talk about one thing that has shifted for sure is the party that you belong in, that is ODM. And today you yourself have said these are interesting times where you cannot go anywhere and shout ODM and expect the response. Perhaps the response you'll get is Ruto must go. Yeah. With ODM finding itself in these in this position where it is right now, what's the way forward? Are you still in ODM, or are you planning to get out?
I am a member of ODM. I'm elected on an ODM ticket for 5 years. My mandate on ODM was for 5 years. Until then, of course, if ODM continues collaborating with William Ruto, then I'll not seek my re-election on that party. Yeah, but if it gets out and, align, retraces back to it, going back to my roots, like Jube once sang, you go back to your roots where you belong, then there we can talk. We can now agree. But you see now, ODM must make a decision now. There's a lot of confusion among the supporters. There are those who do not agree with the broad-based. There are those who say, we have been looking for government, and here it is. We've just gotten it on a silver platter. Let's enjoy it. What they're enjoying, I do not know. Because what is there to enjoy in this government? If Kenyans are suffering and you are telling people, let's have it. You saw the likes of Kaluma saying that it is very sweet to eat from a government you've not contributed to. So you are wondering, why is this that is sweet when Kenyans are suffering? What is this that they are eating? Because I thought ODM stands for Kenyans, that if there's something sweet, then Kenyans must be happy. But if Kenyans are crying and one or two leaders from ODM are saying they're enjoying the government, that it means all the journey, the sacrifices, the death of people have imprisoned, fighting for reforms, fighting for good governance, was just to make one or two people billionaires and eat. That is not what the ODM stood for, and that's not why the people supporters of ODM joined the party.
So what are the issues? And I'm not saying, what's your issue with this person. I'm saying, what are the issues? Because when we started to see this gravitation towards the broad, what is today now the broad-based government, you started the chatter, and you did do a couple of warnings to your party leader. And you said very clearly, be careful of what's going on here. Don't be the person that lets Kenyans down. You said a lot of things to this effect over the last 1 year.
Yes.
What are the issues that would make you say that and say, let's not move in that direction?
Yeah, one is because some of us who've joined ODM, we've believed in the ideals of Raila Odinga because he has a history. He has fought for this country. He has been imprisoned, because he's stolen money. He was imprisoned because of fighting for good governance, multipartism, new constitution, devolution. There are things that you can align with his name. On the other hand, the current president, there is nothing. Absolutely. He never fought for new constitution. He never fought for multipartism. He never fought for devolution. He has never fought for. He did not even participate in anti-colonial struggles. He was not a member of Mau Mau. There is nothing tangible you can align with his name in terms of legacy. For all the many years he has been he has been a member of parliament. There's absolutely nothing you can remember him as a member of parliament. He has been a minister for agriculture. There is nothing, no revolutionary agenda he put in the Minister of Agriculture. He was a minister for education. There is nothing you can align that this was introduced by William Ruto. He has become a deputy president for 10 years. There is nothing. Even Mudi Awori has a history at the Home Affairs. He is tried to reform the prisons and he was a vice president. So even in your small position, there is nothing you can put to his name. But when you looked at Baba, you could see that he struggled for this, he fought for this, he stood for something. When he was a minister for energy, he did the reforms around the bypasses that you see together with Kibaki. There was some economic revamping of the country. He has stood for something, and he is a person who cannot let the country go down. This is a person you can align yourself. So we thought, myself, that these two individuals cannot meet. There's nothing that makes them convergence. There's no point of convergence whatsoever in terms of principles, ideologies. There are totally two different human beings, two different leaders. So for him to come and work with William Ruto, I told him, fine, if it was because you want to calm down the nation, but up to what extent? But when they went ahead and signed something at the KICC, then I thought to myself, Baba is now putting himself in trouble because people will remember when we were in Uhuru's handshake, we carried all the baggage of Uhuru government. And we never benefited out of that government. My constituency is still crying about roads after having a handshake for almost 4 years.
Thinking that the handshake would lead to
something developmental, because Western has been left behind in terms of development. And when we come to government, we wish that now this is an opportunity for us to leverage and trying to, square in terms of historical injustice that has been meted on our people. But when you are in a handshake kind of arrangement and nothing is going to your region, you come back to Ruto Raila, broad-based. Nothing is going to Western. The road network is pathetic. School education infrastructure, there is no single university you can be proud of as a region. There are no economic activity whatsoever, no even a single factory for eggs. No, even a single factory, and we are good in chicken rearing. There is no any single factory even for eggs in the entire region that is the second largest community in Kenya. So something needs to be done in terms of economic development, appointment to various parastatals and the regional balancing, and this has to come with political power. So when you are together in a government, you are telling me we are together in the government, we are carrying the baggage of that government, then we must carry it fully.
Did you expect that with the broad-based government, some of the things that you speak of then would have been done? This economic... I'm scared to use the word economic empowerment because we see something like that supposedly happening in the country at the moment. But did you expect to see some of the things that you complain about now, that there was no development here, road infrastructure? Did you think that, okay, perhaps we're getting into this broad-based government and these will be the proceeds of this agreement?
That's what we expected. That's why we agreed. We said, fine, let's but now 2 financial years have passed. You remember from what brought the broad-based, the 2024 finance bill. Now we are in a 2025 finance bill. 2 financial year have passed. Nothing, completely nothing. The road networks in Western region, they are never captured in the national plan. They are never captured. Members of parliament, they go to settle, they are just promised, they get given tea, mandazi, and 100,000. That's not development. That is not development. And that is not something that we can be proud of as a generation, that we have leaders who can just go and be lied to. You come back and still clap for the same person.
You see, Caleb, when you talk about development and going to state house to beg for development, one would say, development is the right of every Kenyan. You do not have to beg for it.
Exactly.
And for any member of parliament would know this, because all you need to do is bring a motion and even petitions in the house and demand that right to be done to your people. But then again, as we talk about where ODM finds itself today, would you reckon that ODM has let down Kenyans and its supporters who trusted for it, first of all, to be an opposition that would check the government, that would stand for the people, but today doing the complete opposite?
Absolutely. I can tell you ODM has let down its supporters. It's something you cannot hide up, because why did people join why do people join parties? Because they believe in these parties, they are going to solve the problems that grapple with on a daily life. They believe in the ideals and what the party stands for, the manifesto. Because even when you go and register a party at the office of the registrar of political parties, they ask you, what is your manifesto? Those manifestos are never same. They are different. You cannot have a copy-paste manifesto and it's accepted by the registrar. They accept because they are different. Otherwise, the party will not be registered. Now, by the fact that this manifesto, the reason why people joined it, that's the reason why people are now thinking, are we still believing in what we stood for, why we joined the party? Are we still believing in our manifesto? And there are people who have captured the party to their own benefit. There are people who have captured the party, and they'll go on boasting and saying, we are enjoying the government, we're in the government, we are going to support president until forever, for posterity. They're not even saying beyond 2032. They are even saying they'll change the constitution. We've gone through a lot as a country to come here. for somebody to even try to suggest that we can even change the constitution. Who are you to change the constitution of 55 million Kenya? And what is this that is unique out of you? Just because of your self-aggrandizement, you want to change the constitution for 55 million people? So we look at the utterances of leaders who are aligned to Broad-Based, who are initially in ODM. We thought they stand for something. Now they've been exposed. Now Kenyans are looking at, even if ODM could have taken power, this is how they could have run the government. We have exposed ourselves as a party. It is not right. And we are saying, Baba, put your house in order. Let those people who have gone to government, let them go. Because people have also left parties.
But
and
he
they
has
joined.
too.
Yeah?
He has too. He's joined.
No, he doesn't have a position.
He is not. So what are you saying? He signed the broad-based agreement.
Agreement are signed.
Is he not part of the agreement, or are you saying that he's allowing the party and its generals to do what it wants in terms of joining government, and he's here he's here on this side?
That's what he needs to make it clear. That's what I'm saying. Baba needs to make it clear. The buck stops at him, not at any other person. As we are complaining outside here, but the buck is a party leader of ODM. The buck stops. If the people have all the they have given him the power, they have all their voting capacity for him to make a decision on behalf of the party. So it has come at that time when Baba needs to crack a whip and say, if I do not shape this party, it will collapse. So this is the time, and it cannot wait any longer, because Kenyans are wondering, if you say you gave experts, what have these experts done differently that we can now say, yes, it is true, ODM experts came and they rescued the economy? You cannot continue with that lie again, because people will ask you questions. What is this unique thing that was done in the Ministry of Energy? What is this? You've heard Mbadi complaining that even the education, he cannot sustain education anymore. So did you go there to complain? Or did you go there because you had some ideas on how to change the economy? So people will ask Mbadi that, what are these expertise that you took to the government that has revolutionized the education system and the treasury and the economy? He'll have to explain 2 years down the line. There are no more time left. Do we have, what are the parameters of even measuring his success? Now you go to all this mining. Are we now exporting minerals? What is Joe doing? Where is he mining? Or where is he? In fact, the question is, where is he in the first place? Is he even around Kenya? Is he around? Where the hell is Joe? You know, people asking these questions. So you cannot keep on lying to Kenyans anymore that we took our experts. So that's why we are saying Baba should disown these experts. And they say they went there because he keep on telling us that these experts you came from Dubai and he found them there already at State House looking for jobs. So he could not, at his age, he cannot go on arguing with them in public. And we believed him. So it is now a time to disown them and say, yes, they are my children, but they decided to go to a step further, maybe to get some lunch or dinner. But they're still my children.
Remains. Yes. But even if Baba disowns his children and let them go and fight their own battles, I want to ask you, because when you talk about politics, you're put into office based off your manifesto. You're put into office on what you can deliver and pretty much your popularity. As you speak today in your constituency, just what's the influence that ODM has? Is it the same?
No. It is not the same. Of course, ODM has predominant support. People have been voting for it for many years, for almost 25 years. It is not easy for him to vote otherwise. But why have they been voting for ODM for 25 years? Because Raila was a flag bearer. So if Raila is not a flag bearer, why will an ODM supporter wake up in the morning and go to vote for ODM? What will be voting for? So when you say popularity, it depends. Why have these people been voting for ODM? Because for all 25 years, Raila has been a presidential candidate. And they were voting for Raila Odinga, not ODM. If you remove Raila Odinga from ODM, there's no ODM. People joined Raila. No, they didn't join the party. So by the virtue that Baba is not even sure, we are not sure, Kenyans are asking, is he going to vie as a presidential candidate? He needs to decide now. So so that people can now restructure. People can now plan their campaign machinery. They can put structures in place to make him a president.
I've seen conversations around that there are plans. I don't know if you've heard about it, to have ODM's Gladys Wanga as President Ruto's running mate, and with that, you've actually had comments on that ODM has fought for long. People have died. People have lost their loved ones fighting for that party and fighting for good governance. What's your position on that?
Yeah, we've also heard about the same. There are so many rumors in politics. But until that one happens, for now, it remains a rumor. But you see, it will be also betraying Kenyans, because these people didn't die so that Gladys Wanga becomes a running mate of President Ruto. People were not imprisoned so that Gladys Wanga becomes a deputy president. People are not have not suffered their livelihoods so that Gladys Wanga become a position in the government. That was not what ODM stood for. ODM wanted to capture power as an ODM, not as a deputy. I mean, we've had 5 attempts at the presidency just to come and become a deputy to somebody. Really?
Good question to take a break on. Caleb Amisi is the Member of Parliament for Sabot constituency. We're having a conversation this morning. Which way will the tides turn? We're going to come back. Maybe should we give you some leakage into that question, Amisi? Yes. And that folks are saying, at some point, just give him a little bit of time. Amisi will also toe the line. Ask the question. It's 27 minutes to 9 o'clock. We'll continue with this conversation when we come back with...
You should ask which Amisi, probably.
Another Amisi.
Yes.
Let's see when we come back. I have to remind you, if you are not looking at my shirt today, look at it properly, because the Loop app is this color. Once you get onto your Google Play Store or Apple App Store, log on to the Loop app and then go to the Grow tab. Once you get onto Grow tab, apply up to 100,000 shillings and let's see what it is that you get. Take a screenshot of that, send it to us on our DM SpiceFM KE. You could get 5,000 bob today to further your cause. If it's that time of the month when you're looking for a little bit of an extra boost, it's the Loop app with the quick loan that you should be going towards. Let us know what your needs are and we could forward you that 5,000 shillings today.
This
Buda, landlord amenipea deadline ya leo. Salon nayo imechelewa. Junior amekuwa msik. Yani drama iko kila mahali.
Bro, wacha pressure. Loop iko na quick loan, unaweza get straight to your phone. That's right. You can now sort out unexpected expenses with a new quick loan on Loop. Borrow up to 100,000 shillings and repay within 30 days. No paperwork, straight to your phone. Simply go to Grow on your Loop app and click.
Hey you, yes, you listening right now. Quick question, is your internet holding you back? Are you tired of buffering when streaming or lag when gaming? Then listen up. Safaricom.
This month on Star Times, love burns, romance gets hotter, secrets run deeper, and the drama never lets up. Loyalty is tested in a war for power on Gangs of Manila on Novella E. Gigi seeks vengeance at any cost in beautiful revenge. Witness the timeless love of Rama and Sita in Ramayan on Novella E+. Honor meets heartbreak in the Chinese drama feud on ST Kung Fu. Two sisters, one destiny. Together, they are unstoppable in Divya Drishti on Rembo TV+. Renew your subscription for 2 months on your current bouquet and get a free upgrade to the next bouquet for 2 months. Dial *858# for self-service or call 0730-710077 for customer care. Star Times. Enjoy digital life.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4.
24 minutes to 9 o'clock. We continue that conversation this morning, and Sabot Member of Parliament Caleb Amisi is here with us this morning. And as we continue this conversation, Mweshimiwa, they say that it just takes a little bit of time, a little bit more cajoling, a little bit more getting you onto the other side for you to see the light.
What is this cajoling that was not done for the last 8 years? I've been a member of parliament, and all these 8 years I've experienced handshakes. The first parliament, the 12th parliament, when I was first elected, there was the famous handshake between Raila and Uhuru. I opposed everything. We were told that there is an agreement that Uhuru will campaign and make Raila the president. I refused to believe, because I said first, who has Uhuru made a president before? Number two, I looked at the BBI and I asked myself, all the content of BBI meant so much for the people of Mountain, where Uhuru comes from. So if this was, nothing was even there for Western and Nyanza. So if this has not been passed by Uhuru, what makes he has other miracles to make somebody a president when he cannot even pass a simple BBI? I had these questions on Kiamba. The Kiamba was the by-election was a heart of Uhuru's presidency, where his blossom friend, the MP who died. And that was a time now to flex muscles and prevent UDA from making inroads into Central. But Kiamba just went like that. So if you cannot even win a member of parliament of Kiamba, a single MP, what is these miracles you have to make Raila president? I had the questions, and I asked myself, if you are saying IBC, you are crying IBC must go, that Chebukati and may God rest his soul in peace, that Chebukati and his colleagues are colluded to deny Raila presidency. And I asked myself, if that Chebukati team is still there, so who colluded? Was it Ruto or Uhuru? Because we have one of them. There were two together when they were still in our voice. Now we have one of them. So who was in charge? So there were questions and things that were not making sense. And me, I'm a pragmatic politician. I'm not those politicians who just sit down and trying to, say vijana twende, and I follow you. No, I love to reason out. I love to ask questions, and I ask Baba these questions. I say, no, we have the deep state. But I say, who's deep state? Because Uhuru Ruto, the way we know Ruto was running the government for the last 5 years, Uhuru was the president. It was Ruto was running the government. So what is this deep state? And what is this thing called deep state that never even helped Moi to retain his regime through Uhuru? What is this deep state? I think this deep state is just a fallacy. It's not there.
It doesn't exist.
It doesn't exist. If Moi went, Moi had the deepest state, if you can call it deep. How deep Moi's state was, it was the deepest. That was the real deep state, because he had up to all chiefs who were even answerable to Moi himself. But Moi went with his deep state for 24 years. He went. So what is this? And that was a time when we had the Kivuitu not even an IBC that was not reformed. The EC was called ECK or something. Yes, yeah. And now we have a more reformed IBC, electronic. We are in a techno-savvy generation. Results are streaming in live, and people can capture and they can post. Myself, I got my results at 8:30 p.m. I was already, taking some few glasses of something. Yeah, and people are wondering, why are you celebrating? Because I already have my results from the polling center. People are taking photos and sending me. I just did the calculation. What Raila needed was just 290 of us to give him the results for his presidential candidate. So there was a lot of confusion, a lot of lying, cheating to each other, and I believed no, there is more. And even again, if Uhuru was to give presidency to Raila, and he's still the chairman of Azimio, and I looked at that and said, "This is what the hell is this? Which kind of presidency is this? Where the former is still holding?" And I knew something is not adding up, and I could put 1 + 1 and say this is not true, and I was not shocked when we didn't get it. People were collapsing, but because I asked myself questions, I already know. Somebody's playing somebody somewhere. Either it is Raila playing Uhuru or something. Now we are here again. It's the same situation. We are now being told, ODM Ruto will vie on ODM as a presidential candidate. That ODM is now going to form government. Really? Is this a kind of an individual ODM will be proud to present as a presidential candidate? And if it is you are proud to present this as a presidential candidate, why didn't you present him when he was still an ODM candidate, an ODM member? You had to chase him away because of corruption. The same person you chased away because of corruption in his docket, you want to bring him back as your presidential candidate. And then you tell us ODM is going to form a government and the Ruto is going to vote on ODM. So we just relax. We are going to form the again, another lie.
So let's talk about where you find yourself today as opposition, as ODM. At any given point that we have opposition, we expect the checks and balances are there. With the formation of broad-based government and the ODM being part of these broad-based government, how has that dented your job in the National Assembly as opposition?
Yeah, of course, opposition exists to give alternative governance. In fact, in the previous dispensation, we used to have shadow ministers, so that if Mbadi was saying this, our minister, shadow minister for finance, could be given a contrary opinion, and then it becomes a debate on the floor of the house. But now, where we are, there's no debate in that parliament. And I tell people who say you are an MP, why you complain on X? I ask myself, do people know how parliament work? You don't just move to parliament, present a bill, and it is passed, and they say Caleb has passed a bill. Parliament, of course, has is also a voting machine of some sort. People have to vote. People have to the ayes have it, and the nays don't have it, and all that. Majority have their way, minority have their say. You can go and say the whole year, but the majority will have their way. So who is the majority? The majority are now the ODM members. Majority are now the UDA members. Can these UDA members vote for something that is not accepted by Ruto? No. But can these ODM members go against Raila? No. So how do you pass these things in parliament then? So even if you are talking in parliament from morning to evening, and in fact, even being given an opportunity to speak, sometimes you can go to that parliament from morning. You are looking at the speaker, amevaa specs, you think he's looking at you. Kumbe is not. He's a specs anazungusha too much or too ndani, but he's just avoiding you because you are troublesome. So you will not even get an opportunity to speak.
So Parliament essentially has become a playground for politics.
Playground.
Are we saying that's the case?
It's a playground. It's a playground. And you will see, in fact, the time when we wanted to pass this IBC chairman, Ethekon, a very good guy from Stare. I'm also a former student of Stare. I'm proud to be a former student of that school. And I know Stare people are top-notch. Their morals are high. They do not confuse themselves in this moral decadence out here. But I wanted to confirm to the House that this is the best person for IBC. And I went to the speaker, I told him, this guy has been to my, we share the same school, and I know the training of Stare and how people come from Stare, how they are. I want to commit to the nation that for the first time we have somebody I can believe in. And they just allowed almost 5 people to speak, and the names were passed. I mean, this is a person going to head the Electoral Commission of Kenya that is going to decide 290 members of parliament in new, 47 governors, 47 women rep, 47 senators, a deputy president and a president for the nation for the next 5 years. You want 5 people to contribute to that motion and we pass. Now, what kind of parliament is this? This is we are not passing a headmaster. We are passing a head of an electoral commission.
Let's double click
plus the commissioner.
If we
they pass it within 30 minutes.
So this is how then a new IBC comes into place. This is the same structure into which the ceiling on borrowing is also raised. This is the same way matters in the country then are dealt with, whether it's education, who you deal with, when somebody comes in and parliamentary committee sits and passes for CSs to then get their jobs. This is the same manner in which the country is run.
Exactly.
Is it possible for satisfaction to be achieved?
No, it is not. And that's why when some of us say we need a renaissance, it's because we've been in this leadership for the short time we've been there. We've noticed that there is something not working for this country. If you can even have a name to be passed, and you see, for me, they just assumed if it is Caleb, no, definitely he wants to oppose, and I was actually going to support because I know this IBC chair is going to be a different one. Now you see, you lost a moment for Kenyans to believe in this man because of denying people a space to talk. Now, if and this is how a finance bill will pass, this is how a PS will pass. Can we have enough time to people to talk about this gentleman or a lady? Can people share? That's why we just find ourselves passing very funny people in big offices because we do not have enough time to converse around them. And it is inherent upon the young people. I'm really insisting on the young generation because these political dinosaurs that are beyond repair completely. You can't, this is how they have survived. This is what has put them in the office. So you are trying to tell them to do something new? No, they can't. They can only pretend to do, but they can't. Now, the young people are not poisoned by this political environment. I'm urging this Gen Z, any young people, and you see young people cannot decide to be young. You can even be old but young in mind. When we talk about young people, people are just thinking about youth. You can even have an old man, but he also has a mindful, a young thinking mind. What I'm really requesting is that these people should not even go to the street. They should present a one political party. They all go in, they vie for this position so that they get to parliament. They should not go to the streets. In fact, I'm just asking myself, so what if Ruto wins? So will this youth go to the street again to start now being killed? In fact, it will be more lethal because he has nothing to lose. He's serving his second term. Or maybe he'll have to extend the way they say they change the constitution. So what I'm asking them, why can't they? This is a democracy. Why can't they get voters' card, form a political party, or join a political party that is aligned to young people? Get to those offices. If it's an MCS, let them vie for MCS. Let them mobilize each other the way they're mobilizing on the street. Let them identify one person for MCS. They mobilize, he wins. They mobilize, he wins for MP. They mobilize, he wins for women rep. They go to that parliament. They do the right thing in parliament, not on the street. On the street, there will be tear gas, and it will never end. Tear gas are in plenty in this country, and they can use it the whole 5 years. If a president is rogue, in the unfortunate event that the Ruto you are saying go home, get re-elected, you are a man in parliament, you can still impeach him. But this parliament cannot impeach any rogue president. Because? Because they were elected in his party. There are beneficiaries. In fact, some of them were literally picked from somewhere and they given UDA tickets, and because of a wave, they got into leadership.
Is this an admittance that the Parliament of Kenya today, number one, has been captured? Two, that is the source of problems Kenya finds itself in today, and three, that it has let Kenyans down?
It is a wrong thing to say Parliament has been captured. It is never the right term. And I will tell you why. I keep on arguing with people on the streets, especially because of ignorance. Show me any parliament in this world that is not aligned to their political party. There isn't. All parliaments are fashioned to be politically aligned, partisan to their regime or opposition. What we need are good members of parliament in that particular political party who can mobilize themselves and tell off their party leader or the president that this is wrong. If UDA members were very audacious, charismatic, progressive group of members of parliament. And when they want to pass a bad name and the president insists that this name must go through, they will walk to the president and say, we are at 200 members of parliament here. President, we respect you, but we will not pass this in parliament. President will not do nothing. He will have to accept because there is nothing he can do. He cannot fire them. But if you have members who will just go to the State House and president say something and they say, fine, as the president say, whether it's bad or good, let's go back and implement it. But you cannot say parliament will never be captured, if you have to use that word. Parliament will always be under capture by their political, because this is a political party. It's called parliamentary versus presidential system. It is practiced by political parties. You cannot, even if I become a member, if I become a president today, and God help me to become one so that I save this country, is that my members of parliament, they must be aligned to me so that they pass my bills to enable me do the changes I promised the people.
Which makes sense. However, here what we are saying is that it's almost unimaginable that members of parliament, for example, in the majority that you speak of today, will actually do these jobs of representation, of legislation, of oversight. That it is almost impossible for us to see that because they're, singing. It's just as though you're accompanying, what the executive says in this moment.
And that's why the opposition exists.
But does it though?
Yeah, this arrangement has stopped. You remember the opposition that used to be there during Kibaki's time, where you could see even Babu Namwamba refusing, to swear.
So it has been captured. That's what we're saying.
Not captured. The opposition, this arrangement of opposition working with the government.
These things, things that you're saying, that, you go to State House, you get a cup of tea and 100,000 shillings.
Yeah, not me.
No. Let's say.
You say you. Okay.
That members of parliament, Caleb Amisi Banan, members of parliament will go to State House, get a cup of tea and 100,000 shillings, come to parliament, pass things. You yourself said that in the gallery, 5 people make a statement and somebody is passed to then be chair of the IEBC along with, 7 other people. You yourself have said that we sit there or the gallery is empty. In a lot of the plenary is empty. In some cases, there are no people there. Or if there are people there, it's a yes, let's go. By your own admission, things that we see, finance bill passed, people just come in and they become yes men. To me, those are the ingredients for capture.
No. See, Caleb, even as we talk about capture, remember the finance bill 2024, after it was passed, people went back to State House, and after it was dropped by the president, they started clapping again. Is it that a clear...
They're not. Capture? You see, what Kenyans... expect, or maybe the framers or thinkers of parliamentary or constitutional democracy was for 3 arms of government, interdependent, checks and a balance, so that parliament checks on the executive also controls the judiciary. Judiciary is able to also check on the parliament in terms of reversing bad laws that are passed. Parliament checks on judiciary by, budget control systems and all that. So the triangle kind of system where we have the 3 arms of government. When people expected, then parliament is totally independent from executive. But the interlinkages of executive and the parliament through the same political formation. I wish president was elected differently in a very different political party. And the members of parliament were also elected differently from different political parties. But here we are talking about a joint ticket. President is in one party, members of parliament are in the same party. They have to speak the same language. Because they promise people that we are going to do this. This member must. It happens in the US. The Democrats must do what...
You can speak the same language, but still have clear thinking.
Thank you. Now, how do you get the clear thinking? You must get the right people in that party. That's what I'm saying. The Gen Z with their clear thinking must get to that party. So that they will now oppose the president and say, yes, we respect you as our party leader, but we don't want this.
So you're admitting, without admitting, that the people who are currently there are unable to think clearly.
They are not able to think clearly because they fear. You see, like some of us, me, Caleb Amisi, I stand in a party, PG, I oppose things. Right now, I'm in public opposing things. How many members of ODM can do that? How many? In fact, when I do it, when I go back after this, you'll see even on our WhatsApp groups, they are just abusing me. They're just look, don't respect Baba. Then you look at this thing, this is a grown-up man talking like this, and he's not just a grown-up man with kids. In fact, you'll find people who are older, and their kids are even older than me, abusing me. In fact, I once told one that if you are telling me I'm a young person, I don't know anything, you must. Are you not embarrassed that you are in the same parliament with a young man who is younger than even your last born? Yeah. You see, if you are to go there, you'll find the people we serve with as members of parliament, who are called the hardcore, ODM, hardcore, UDA, they have no capacity to reason on behalf of Kenyans. Their way to parliament is just saying, Baba, ODM. That's how they go to parliament.
But in other
some of us did not go to parliament by just shouting ODM. We convinced. I've been here before and I've told you where I come from. Members of my tribe are hardly 100. I'm a Maragoli elected by Bukusu, the first one ever. I have no beneficiary of tribe. Neither do I have beneficiary of party. That's not an ODM zone. I convinced people. I used energy for people, not my tribe, to actually leave their tribe and vote for me. There are some people, they have never stepped in their constituents, but you'll find them on Twitter abusing us. The likes of Kaluma, they don't even know the boundaries of their constituents.
So, Amisi, at what point does this current parliament ever think of delivery for the Mwananchi? Or is it?
Yes. And I add to that, especially because you say that, some of these decisions that are made, they're not clear thinking, but there are certain decisions where their thinking is extremely clear about what they need or what they want. Sorry, Dennis.
Yeah. At what point do they think of delivering to the Mwananchi? Or is it just about Baba, Ruto?
There are those who deliver, and there are those who just sing, and you'll see them. They're just to them when they Baba is always right. To them, that is votes. Now and he has been doing that for the last 20 years. What is this guy legacy? He will say that he served as a member of parliament for 20 years, just saying Baba is always right, left, right. For 20 years, you're just saying Baba is always right. And you've been elected by people. They have faith that you do the right thing for them. Why can't you also say my people are always right? Why? We respect. You see, by not shouting Baba every day, doesn't mean you don't respect. Some of us respect Raila more than those people who shout. When you are with them in tea, taking tea, you'll find these people, they don't even respect that Mzee. We realize some of us respect Raila more than we even talk about it. But these guys are just shouting Baba, so that they convince people back home that they are capable for our next term. So when they see, when we hear them abusing us, don't bother. They are actually campaigning.
In the last few seconds, Amisi, what's the future for the party? Folks are saying it's falling apart. What do you see?
Yeah, if something is not done right now in terms of Baba cracking the whip and saying, look, we are not in the government. We are going to have a presidential candidate who is not William Ruto. This thing of just saying you are going to have a presidential candidate and then people say William Ruto is going to be the flag bearer. No, it must be very clear that this government and the leader of this government, their policies, their manifestos, their ideologies are not in sync with what the party stands for. We are a completely worlds apart. He must make it clear. And then you will see now ODM now regrouping. People will come back. People are already all over. You heard people saying nobody wants to vie on the party unless he is a joker.
Yeah.
But a serious candidate who wants to win, he is avoiding the party. Why?
All right. Caleb Amisi is the Member of Parliament for Saboti constituency, has been here with us this morning. More conversations to come. It'll be interesting to see what the next 1,000 years or one day has in store. Asante at 9:01. Good morning.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm La Ubaga. Machakos Town MP Caleb Mule Mutiso now claims that Treasury Cabinet Secretary John Badi did not hold talks with President William Ruto before appearing before the National Assembly Education Committee for questioning. Speaking in Makueni County, Mule said Badi's reports that the government has reduced the education capitation isn't true.
Mule anasema eti serikali itapunguza free education. Huyo asemi kuambatana na wale tuko kwa serikali tunasema. Na yeye hakukonsult mwenye serikali. Hakukonsult William Samoei Ruto. Yeye alitoa wapi hiyo maneno? Kama kuna deficit kwa budget, enda ukonsult mwenye serikali, president wetu, yeye atakwambia ni wapi tutashika ili tujaze hiyo deficit. Si ati wewe unaamka unaanza kusema unaona deficit, alafu hiyo deficit unasema utatoa kwa education ya watoto. Hapana.
Security officers in Kilifi County have been criticized for failing to deal with controversial preachers in the region. Adu MCA Samson Zia, whose region was affected by the Shakahola saga, says they continue to experience a number of preachers who are promoting false religious practices.
Kuna dhehebu moja liko pale Shakahola, ukienda upande wa bridge kuna makaburi hapo. Kuna dhehebu lengine hapo, huyo mchungaji huyo naye yuko katika hiyo hali. Na hii sianzi kuizungumza, hakuna ofisi ya serikali ndani ya hii Kilifi County haijui hilo swala. Kuna pale Bombi kuna dhehebu lengine, mama mwingine hapo ndiye pastor ambaye anaendeleza kama pengine umeenda ni mgonjwa, anakata kuku nyuzie mtu kwa mwili. Lakini hizo ripoti zote ziko. Tuko na Matolani pale kuna dhehebu lengine nalo hilo nalo linafanya vituko. Hiyo tusha report. Kuna kule Adu, kuna kule Marereni, hata juzi tayari wiki iliyopita kuna mgonjwa alilala katika nyumba ya watu akiombewa hapo, mtu amefungua dhehebu hapo Marereni.
Zia has also asked Interior Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen to make changes to the security department so as to deal with corrupt cops.
We are sounding a warning to those who want to fight women, to beat women. Ukiona unataka kupiga mtu teke, badala ya kupiga bibi yako teke ama mzee wako teke, William Samoei Ruto ametujengea stadium inaona safi pale, ili hao watu mpira waende kupiga mpira teke kwa stadium. For that reason, don't you dare beat a woman. Don't. It's a big sin. Don't you try to beat a woman because she's the one who puts food on your table.
Gender-based violence. Tunasema leo tunamekuja hapa kupiga vita dhidi ya dhuluma ya jinsia.
And finally, President William Ruto has returned to the country after attending the second United Nations Conference on Food Systems held in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. While there, the president called on world leaders to take decisive action to end hunger and improve nutrition. Ruto also stressed the need to invest in smallholder farmers, promote technology such as M-Pesa, and connect the public and private financial sectors to achieve food production.
Food markets, while a source of hope, are increasingly volatile. Despite positive production forecasts, erratic weather, trade tensions, and supply chain disruptions are driving up food prices. The Food Agricultural Organization's 2024 State of Food Security and Nutrition in the World SOFI report affirms these concerns. 4 years ago, the United Nations convened the inaugural Food Systems Summit to galvanize global transformation in the way we produce, process, distribute, and consume food.
That's the News Wire. I'm La Ubaga.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, stagi kuongea today. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
As in 10 minutes after 9. That's where we are this morning. And we're getting into our final conversations for today. And even as we do, and I'll tell you what that is, because we're probably going to shift gears just a little bit. We would have Chetal Suba with us this morning, looking at guaranteeing free and fair elections in the next year. But it's always a conversation that we will continue with at another time. We'll get into something else, and I'll tell you what that is, because it's something that gripped the nation about 4 years ago, and seems that it's rearing its ugly head again now in the country, and trying to look at ways in which we can handle that. But we'll tell you what that is in just a minute, after you tell us that we said 2,999, Bob.
Yes.
And I can take it with me wherever I'm going. And I don't have to ever worry about being down. Okay.
Because speed ziko, check. Now we're talking about Safaricom Home Fiber. That comes to you with what? With power backup. So that means if power goes off, you're sorted. You can still continue enjoying internet. Me, I will tell you one thing for a fact, Ndu. Me, I'm an ambassador for good life.
Oh,
I tell you that for sure.
Your Excellency, sir, we greet you.
Yes, ambassador for good life. And that means if I am buying any internet, Safaricom home fiber for this matter, I want something that is reliable, that will give me the speeds I need, because I reckon that my uploads and downloads need to be good. You know, my Zoom check meetings, my WebEx meetings, my classes that I'm attending online, that whenever I'm streaming television, music, that I'm enjoying that easily and my internet is not buffering. Ambassador for good life, check. Now, when you're talking about the Safaricom home fiber, it comes in 3 packages, 3 packages for everybody. Everyone has been considered. We talk about 15 Mbps, which is the bronze package, and that is going for 2,999. The silver package, 30 Mbps, 4,199. Now, gold, 80 Mbps, 6,299. Same price, faster speed ndu.
Okay.
What else do you want?
Akuna.
Why do you pay more for less? Safaricom home fiber is priced just right for every home. Be on that Safaricom home fiber internet. You will not regret. Mimi nakwambia cause naitumia daily.
Nimekubali. Okay.
Kabisa.
Sawa. Now let me get you onto something else.
Tell me.
So you see, sometimes when you're just like broke,
Kabisa.
So you know,
it happens.
It happens.
It's in life.
Exactly. In life. Thank you, Waziri. And then sometimes you say, okay, so I need to then sort out myself real quick. And then you look at the options and somebody says, okay, no problem. We charge you like a 40%. You'll be like, Then somebody says, oh, this deal is so sweet. You want to get on in this. And you're like, hey, but it's there's too much month left on my money.
True.
Then I don't know how I'm going to be able to get it. Well, you know what? The boys and girls at Loop are saying, we got you. We understand this. So if you've not downloaded the Loop app, first of all, to join this conversation, go download the Loop app. It'll take you a minute, then come back. Are you back? Because here we are. You go to the Loop app, and the Loop Quick Loan says, you know what? We can give you up to 100,000 bob. Done. You don't have to line up. You don't have to bring collateral. You don't have to go and then now get an affidavit. You don't have to queue. You don't have to fill a form. You don't have to do any of all this other business. And then we can give you this thing at 7% interest. From 7%,
you say?
That's what I'm talking about, man.
Wow.
We do it for you so that you can sort out these things that come at you every now and then because, cine life. So the Loop folks say, just get onto the Loop app. If you've not downloaded it, Google Play Store, Apple App Store, get on that. It's the color of this shirt.
Yes.
This is the color for the Loop app that you're looking for.
You're the ambassador for Loop.
Loop, see me. So you get onto that, get onto the tab. The tab that you're looking for when you're in the Loop app is the Grow tab.
Okay.
Get on the Grow tab and then apply for a quick loan. It'll tell you what you qualify for based on all of this other business that you need to do. So now, what I want you to do, because 5,000 bob is not a bad thing right about now.
It is good money.
It is. Take a picture, screenshots of that application that you've made on your Loop app and send it to us. That's all.
That's all.
Send it to us and tell us what you would do with that extra money if you got it, or if you're in the position where you need it right now. What is it that you need to catch up on real quick? Just tell us a little bit of a story. We'll give 1,000 bob.
The rest to achieve.
Easy peasy, kama
ndizi.
Sawa.
Let's
go with that. So get onto the Loop app this morning, go to the Grow tab, apply, and then send us a screenshot of what it is that you've applied for, and we could give you 5,000 bob today, courtesy of Loop, because it's not just an app, it is a lifestyle. All right? Okay, so we're getting into a conversation, again, a sticky one. Who would have thunk it that now, almost 5 years later, after one morning, a girl runs across the street a few kilometers outside of Malindi and is talking to a motorcycle person and talks about the fact that her mother has been missing for some time. And where is she? Inside that forest. And then they started to double click and started to dig and started to ask questions about what is going on in Shakahola. And they said, what are we going to do about this particular situation? Before we knew it, more and more bodies began being exhumed from the ground. And we got to the point whereby the number of people who were asked to write their names on a list about their people who may have been missing got to 637. It was declared a national disaster by then Cabinet Secretary for Interior and National Administration, Kithure Kindiki, currently the Deputy President. And Johansen Oduor started doing autopsies. And reagents were being looked for. And a man called Mackenzie then came into the limelight and he was arrested. And there was a Senate committee led by, there was a Senate committee led by Danson Mungatana. They went to Shakahola. They went to see what was happening, came back and said, oh. Who would have thought that 3 to 4 years later, it's actually 3 years and almost 4 years now, that we would be seeing another situation where Kenyans are being asked to get into yet another cult of the same nature to now start be suffering at the behest of religion. Who would have thought? Would you have ever imagined?
Nope, because one would have expected that even with what was going on and the Senate committee having gone across the country, having gone to Kilifi and found out what was happening, and further the discussion, religious institutions coming place to have their say on the same. One would have hoped that all checks and balances, all the gaps that existed would have been sealed. But here we are seeing the same thing happening in the same area, especially in an area where has been considered a security protected area. Even journalists are not allowed to go in, which begs the question, what exactly are security agencies doing, especially in Shakahola?
And if we go a little bit deeper into this, what is this over-dependence on then being able to get some comfort from religion that puts families at risk over and over and over again, puts children, husbands, wives in a position whereby they have to compromise their lives at the altar of religion? It's opening up a conversation that we definitely need to have. We will get into this to find out exactly what is going on. If this is huge cause for concern, we'll definitely double click on that into the next couple of days.
It is worrying.
It is worrying.
It is worrying.
It is worrying, and then it definitely demands our attention for us to have that conversation. So we'll be doing that because now Churchill Suba is here. He's the Executive Director of the Kenya National Civil Society Centre, and we're looking this morning into the fight for transparent and fair elections. Churchill, good morning.
Good morning.
We are glad that you're here. We weren't sure if you would be.
No, I was when Evelyn was calling us the main gate, so it's only that I couldn't pick the call, but I was nearby.
Okay.
Yeah, and I was confident that I would be able to make it.
Okay.
Well, unfortunately, not on time.
Not on time.
Yes, sorry for that.
Thank you for doing that all the same. We're looking into this conversation this morning, and even as you're here, as we welcome you to the show today, Dennis is going to share today's proverb. We'd love to get your interpretation of it.
And our proverb comes from Madagascar, an island off the African continent. And let's just go straight to it. Money without origin disappears like water in hand. How would you interpret that?
Money without origin, I mean, things that come that easy are easily expended without bothering much and worrying about the effort one made. So things that come cheap are easily lost because one does not become a little more careful in using them. And we have seen that a lot of that in Kenya. You remember, the empowerment that our current president and his former deputy, estranged though, did in Mount Kenya region from almost 2018 to 2022. Immediately they were elected, we had people taking to alcoholism because it was cheap money. They would easily spend it on drinks. And so people who are supposedly empowered, and it's glad I've spotted on Ebunyutu in the compound here. You would agree with me that whatever is being called empowerment, based on the experience we had in 2018 to 2022, and what is going on now, might turn out to be, that water that is easily, evaporated from the hand because it comes cheap.
Easy come, easy go.
Easy go, exactly.
Well put.
Fantastic. We are already in what I like to call sometimes political silly season, where a lot of things are already happening. But one of the things that Kenyans would bay blood for is free and fair elections, no matter what the case may be. That at the end of the day, Kenyans want to be in a mood where they are satisfied that the process, well before the election date, when campaigning ensued and that candidates made their bid at whatever level, in this case 6 of them, from the MCA to the Member of Parliament, Women Rep, Senator, Governor and President, that their vote counted, not just because they stood up to vote, but because through the process it counted for something, and that number one was not going to be stolen, was not going to be counted a lost ballot, was not going to be put in a bag somewhere that would be used for anything untoward. Kenyans are interested in a free and fair process, generally, one would assume. Maina Kiai in 2002, I beg your pardon, through his petition, more or less after the 2017 election, I beg your pardon, get my dates crossed there, essentially assured that from 2022 moving forward, there we go, that the result of an election would be determined at the polling station. And we look at some of these processes starting to come into play. How can Kenyans, even as we get into this conversation this morning, Churchill, be comfortable to know that you have an IEBC in place and that you have agents of a process in place ensuring that an election will be free and it will be fair and that the process would have been efficient?
Yeah, thank you very much. Yes, I'm quite aware of the Maina Kiai case and the Kelef. They were together with the Kelef of Muhuri. Secondly, I would brag that I'm an election expert because I've been an election observer with the African Union since 2008. A process that has taken me to about 28 countries in the continent and still counting. First of all, Kenyans will have to be careful and ensure that the legal framework, of course, the Constitution speaks to free and fair elections, elections that are verifiable, that are accurate, that are simple. If you look at Article 82, but a lot of that, Article 82, delegates the power to make electoral laws to Parliament. That is both the National Assembly and the Senate. And it is, as they say, the devil is in the detail. Kenyans must ensure, therefore, that the Elections Act and other regulations that under which the elections will be managed guarantee free and fair elections. And you, for a start, you want to be sure that elections will be conducted on the basis of universal suffrage. In other words, every adult who is of voting age is equipped with a national identity card that, first of all, identifies that person as a citizen, and then secondly, of course, registered as a voter. We have had instances and suggestions that, that a national identity card be the qualification and eligibility to vote. Of course, that is not what is in the law, but we recently had, leader of opposition Raila Odinga suggest that because once bureaucracy, many bureaucracies are introduced, then that is how people who are eligible end up not, being able to vote because of tactical voter suppression. Voter suppression is where you make sure that even those who are eligible, not all of them get registered. And we had quite a lot of that in 2022 when a lot of the current Gen Zs who have reawakened and somehow become more politically conscious were reluctant, even though they had IDs to go and register and vote. They did not have the confidence in the system. So free and fair elections, first of all, starts with election management body. In our case here, it's the IEBC, the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission. And because it is a new team, we are hopeful, one, that the secretariat that they have found in place will not run circles around them, because one of the problems we have had is a secretariat at the IBC that is more entrenched and more cozy to the establishment or the powers that be, that any new commission that comes in, is taken in circles. And so they do this every year in. One of the advantages we have this time is that we have an electoral commission that will only manage the 2027 elections. And I think at some point Kenya debated with that idea, that why can't we have a commission that only manages one election and goes. I think by default we have ended up having that. So this current electoral commission that is chaired by Mr. Ethekon will only manage 2027 and then begin preparations for 2032, but will not be in office by the time the 2032 elections are held. And so we have an election body that has come in without baggage. We want to believe that they'll be able to clean up the secretariat so that some of these shenanigans that, impede the realization of free and fair elections are addressed. Secondly is that the IBC, and I remember seeing such a document, have what they call results management system. They have a whole document, stating stage by stage how to ensure that the elections are free and fair. And of course, when we talk of free and fair, we mean that the electoral process will be devoid of coercion, any violence, because you remember, there are certain voter segments of voters that would be thoroughly scared if they had, for example, the kind of violence we have had in the recent past. And so we want to believe that, all actors and stakeholders in the electoral process will stop campaigning by the time the campaigns will end, so that we don't have vigorous activities that may scare would-be voters.
What would be the difference between what has been happening and then what would be envisioned to happen in 2027?
I think learning from mistakes that we have made all the way from 2013. You remember almost all the elections that we have had under the 2010 Constitution have been contested in court. And even though in some instances, for example, in 2013, the elections were okayed by the Supreme Court, we didn't have much. The Chief Justice then and his team did a job that they, to date, that will follow them, to their graves. Justice must not only be done, but be seen to have been done. There is a sense in which the Supreme Court decision of 2013 left Kenyans hanging somewhere, Kwamata in our lingua franca. But in 2017, the Justice Maraga-led team did nullify the first round of presidential vote and made a raft of recommendations that ought to have been factored in the run-up to 2022 elections. Again, even in 2022, even though the Justice Martha Koome bench did give the green light for the presidential vote, they still made a number of observations. First of all, reaffirming that, the votes cast at the polling station are the ones that should be aggregated. Yet, Chebukati and team, may God rest his soul in eternal peace, had established somewhere, some place called Bomas, where the aggregation itself became more controversial. And he ended up visiting, homesteads of people who were trying to influence the election results. There were even allegations of asking for money, and that's not the kind of stuff. I was personally at Bomas and an observer. And some of the things, immediately I set foot at Bomas, I said, this song we are being entertained with, this choir from Tanzania, why does the song ring a familiar bell? Because this song is the same one that the Kenya Kwanza used, President Ruto used during his campaign. How coincidental is it that the composers of the song that the president used are the ones that the IBC, independent as it were, chose to come and entertain us at Bomas? Were we not being led through the garden path,
Kenyans love the music.
No. I mean, if you see, there is a way in which things are choreographed. And immediately I set foot, I told people here, we are being taken for a ride. It's just a formality. We are waiting for results. an election whose results had been predetermined. And so I even raised it with the commission and I said, have we heard this song before? Is it not the song that was being bellowed by one of the political groupings during the campaigns? How coincidental that they are the ones that are entertaining us here at Bomas. And so Mr. Ethekon and his team must, earn the trust and confidence. Right now, people still have the hangovers of the IBC, the Chebukati-led IBC. And Chebukati did not quite go with that baggage to his grave. And so Ethekon and his team have inherited that baggage. It is upon them to rid themselves of that baggage and ensure that Kenyans, for once, will have trust and confidence in this IBC. Because without that confidence, I can tell you, and of course we have already begun seeing all manner of statements. I saw a worrying statement, for example, from Martha Karua. She was addressing, Kenyans in the diaspora. And he was saying that even if Ruto appointed himself as the chair of the commission, the united opposition will still win. Now that is worrying because in a free and fair election, it is the process that should be predictable, not the outcome. Now we had such statements being made, and I remember then Deputy President and Presidential Candidate William Ruto telling Raila that even if he appointed his own brother, Oburu Odinga, as chair of the IBC, they would still beat him. Now that, again, worried me, and we saw it come to pass. In a free and fair democratic electoral process, it is the process that should be predictable, not the outcome. So now once somebody is sure of the outcome, no matter what the process is, then you can rest assured that election was not free and fair.
And when you talk about the process being important, and let's just relate it with the statements that we've had so far, that we will, even if the president does not get enough votes, we will add.
Exactly.
That even if the president akishindwa tutamwibia.
Yes.
And you hear these are statements that are being made by none other than the political players in the industry.
The very political players.
And you've had even the IEBC chair Ethekon addressing himself to the same in terms of allow us to do our job. We are the only ones who are mandated to deliver this. But then again, if you just zoom in on the statements being made by the politicians, what does this do to a common Kenyan with regard to having trust that IEBC will deliver despite the statements going around?
In fact, if you asked me, both sides of the political divide, because currently the divide is a little bit clearer. We are yet to see, people crossing the fence and so on. Both sides of the divide have made statements that undermine the credibility, one of the IBC, and even the process. As you have rightly pointed out, we had this MP who, he got excited, and of course, now because of the intensity of the politics, everybody is trying to please the king. Everybody. Every politician has become a reed dancer. They are trying to catch the eyes of King Mswati, and so people are saying all manner of things. Luckily for them, the code of conduct, we have not reached that point where the IBC will develop a code of conduct that is binding, and so they cannot at this point in time be held to account. But you can imagine the psychological warfare that one, first of all, will have on people's perception of the IBC. And it is important that the chair and his team did speak to this early enough and warned them against such statements. Perhaps it is time that those kind of statements that we have cited should be an example and an indication that we may want perhaps to have the code of conduct a little earlier. Because if they are allowed to do things as they seem to do freely, even the campaigning, the court pronounced itself recently that all these premature campaigns, and we are seeing it on both sides of the divide, the united opposition has devised a strategy of going to church, and instead of dispersing, they only go to church in a place where they have an intention to hold impromptu public meetings. And we have seen, in the last 2 weeks, running battles with the police. Of course, even as a human rights defender, have a problem with what they are doing, because the law is very clear that, you need to notify. And nothing stops them from notifying that, we'll be attending church here, and after that we'll be having, a meeting with the people at this shopping center and this other. If that is done, then we would avoid all this drama that we are seeing. But politicians, being what they are masters and mistresses of drama. We saw, for example, the MP for Naivasha being summoned, because we as human rights defenders have said, instead of abducting people, summon them. But the MP was summoned and just ignored. What was she waiting for? The drama. And they thrive on that. And so even as we would want to defend the right of people to assemble, we in the human rights sector would urge them, to do the right thing and just entice themselves to drama, because that is where, perhaps politics becomes more exciting.
What's the guarantee that if a code of conduct were to be established, re-established, refreshed, what's the guarantee that folks would actually abide by it?
It's about enforcement. Look at our city county here, dating back to when it was a city council. We have laws. We have laws that say don't smoke. There are, areas where you should smoke. We no longer remember that even in, eateries, bars and social places should have a place that is zoned off for that purpose. What do we have? Lack of enforcement. We have, anti-littering bylaws. In fact, not bylaws. Bylaws used to be made by the local authorities. Now county governments make laws. But is that being enforced? No. We have those smoking zones that are not even zoned. So people are smoking everywhere. And there are people who have gone to open shops, small to small shops around those same smoking zones. And so what is lacking is enforcement. And if the Ethicon team were to enforce, any single one, just catch any one of those people and use them as an example to others, I can assure you that everybody else, because one of the conditions is that if you violate them, you can be disqualified. But as long as politicians know that they can buy their way, that, the IBC will look the other way, and even if they summon you as the National Cohesion and Commission regularly does, there's nothing that come of it, then people will, ignore those laws and treat them as, mere suggestions. So the solution is enforcement, and very strict, firmly, but in accordance with the law and regulations.
Yeah, when you talk about enforcement, especially when with the statements that have been given, you find that IEBC would depend on other agencies to be able to help with enforcement, right? So here we have the NCIC who would summon you, but you've not seen anything so far to this moment. You'd expect that police themselves would move in without even being prompted, because that is statements that would create disorder among the public. But as you look at IEBC chairperson having spoken and the other agencies being silent, it creates a picture of a disjointed unit that ought to be working together. And that in its own self does not only give the politicians an opportunity to continue spewing the statements, but even members of the public start forming perceptions and even lines, clearly demarcated lines on how they think about IEBC. So then how do we move forward and ensure that everyone in these agencies work together in ensuring that the credibility of IEBC is upheld?
Yeah, I think there is some multi state agency institution that normally comes together when elections are around. We have had, in the past where the IBC works together with the NCIC, it brings together the Office of the Attorney General. We have had the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, and even as an agency within the Judicial Service Commission. They normally create the pool of courts, the election courts that are normally established for this purpose, bring together even the magistrate level. If that institutions work together and seamlessly and said, we must be firm but fair, so that there is no perception that, only one side is being victimized and the others is being left to go scot-free. I know one of the reasons why the opposition are trying to do, for example, those impromptu meetings is that they'll say the president does it every Sunday, so let us also do it. But you see, the president can purport, like he did last Sunday in Kariobangi, purport to be, going to inspect, the excuse is inspect development projects. And again, the president, as long as he's holding that office, operates at a different pedestal. There are certain charges you cannot prefer. But we'd want the opposition, to abide by those rules. So what we are saying is that at times it is very tricky, because if, for example, Honorable Nyutu, for example, that I saw in Muranga last Sunday, say, how come you have allowed the president but again, being president, you don't expect, the president to notify the police that I'll be in this, because he himself moves with the police wherever he goes and so on. So there is an element in which incumbency also get abused, and more so towards elections. And people who are incumbent and they in the office already take advantage of their being in office to do certain things that they know that the opponents will not be able to do, or certain barriers, may be placed on before them, and therefore make them unable to do those things. So we want to see that multi-agency team established early enough. In fact, I would suggest to Mr. Ethekon that, going by what we have had in the recent past, we may want to, extract the judgment that was made by the courts recently and serve it on every sitting politician and every aspiring politician, so that we do not have this, campaign 2 years before. In fact, slightly higher, longer than 2 years. Because in so doing, we'll get up distracted, we'll end up, smearing the IBC itself with a lot of baggage. They'll be distracted from their core mandate. They're supposed to help us with review the, constituencies for National Assembly and ward elections. Remember, that has been pending, in fact, overdue. We don't know whether they'll do it. But for that to happen, we do not like, it may not happen within an enabling environment where we have, politicians crisscrossing everywhere and polluting, the minds of people and making them look as if, the elections would be held the next day.
Do you think the IBC is independent?
Yes and no. Election management bodies, by virtue of the manner in which they are established, guarantee some independence. But you see, there are people who will tell you that the fact that, 3 names are forwarded to the president, and he decides on one to be the chair, again makes the people doubt whether, there is this true independence. The fact that 9 names are forwarded for members of the IBC, and then the president has the latitude to pick 6 and leave out 3, again, has cast always doubts. But you see, as one of those who wrote the Constitution, we were saying that at some point, there must be somebody who makes the appointment. There must be somebody who makes the appointment. And if you look at the manner in which the election management body is appointed, almost all the 3 arms of government play a role. In fact, we can say, in theory, that all Kenyans play a role in the establishment of the IBC, because there is involvement of political parties, there is involvement of the Public Service Commission, which is established, of course, to serve the general public. There's involvement of, the executive, and, then there is a panel that represents different segments of society, including the Law Society of Kenya, the Interreligious Council, and so on and so forth. So through that process, you have people who are interviewed, and the public has a role to play in making available any information, adverse or positive, that they may have on those people. So if people are finally shortlisted, then it is believed that through that rigorous, interview and vetting process, that there are people who are credible enough, and that gives them some independence. Then they are forwarded the names are forwarded to the president, who then selects a chairperson from a choice of 3 and 6 from a choice of 9, and forwards them to parliament, that then again does another round of vetting. And then the public again is invited. Then when they are finally vetted by Parliament, the names are taken back to the President, again elected by the people, and then the President forwards them to the Chief Justice, the judiciary, who then swears them in. And we have always had, the Chief Justices in the past, telling them how best to deliver, giving them the best advice that is available, that they need to remain strong. But of course, we all know that despite the fact, the theory that we have about the three arms of government being doing checks and balances, we know the one that tips the scale, the executive, with all the resources, instruments of coercion, instruments of persuasion, and so on. And so we have had this challenge that perhaps the sitting president, and especially if he is going to defend his seat,
should not be the one to make the selection.
Yes, and so that particular issue has always been outstanding. But you see, if the election management body was to be appointed by somebody else, it is only done so in states that are described as a failed state, where the UN comes in to help, and the UN machinery is entrusted with the facility, because nobody trusts each other. But in our system, despite our challenges, I don't think we are yet, in a situation where we can be described as a failed state, because a failed state is where, there is no law and order. But what we know is that for us even to have sat here and rested assured that when we finish this program, we'll all be able to disperse and reach our home state safely, means that, Kenya is not yet there. Of course, I've had politicians talking about failed states. Some of us who have observed elections in environments that could be closer, not even failed entirely, but could be described as almost failing, know what a failed state is. And I can tell you that ours is very, very far from that description.
Jurisdictions where elections are held that don't have an electoral body, but seem to then be able to hold what would be considered, for the most part, free, fair, and efficient election?
Exactly. The American election is conducted by
volunteers.
By volunteers. But there is the state. Every state, each of those states is in charge. And people trust the system because institutions have shown over the years that they can deliver. So in America, you don't have an election management body as such. But there are certain institutions and departments in each state that ensure that those elections are conducted in accordance with the law. And people have trust in those. And many other countries in Europe. But in our situation here, we have institutions that are very weak, that whose delivery and performance is dependent on the personality of individuals that occupy them. So we worry more about who is going to be the IBC and not about the IBC itself, because the IBC itself, is compromised to the core. We have staff there that cannot be entrusted, and that's why even the courts, have since ruled that, the power of any constitutional commission resides with the commissioners and not the staff and so on. So we hope that in the fullness of time, and at some point in the not so far future, we'll have a situation where Kenyans can trust institutions, and that those institutions will be able to earn the trust of Kenyans, so that whether the person in that institution likes the face or does not like the face of a particular candidate, they'll say, this is the outcome. I may not like it, but this is the outcome. Now, that's the situation they have in America and in many other countries in Europe. In Africa, we saw the Gambia, elect with pebbles. They go pick pebbles in the beach, and they count. It is those pebbles that they count. Of course, it might be possible to do that, and I've seen them do that, because the population is not big. But two, again, the fear of what would happen, during some of the dictators they have had in the past. I think anybody would shudder at, offending whoever is in charge and whoever is expecting to win. But ideally, our constitution talks about elections that are simple. And for me, doing elections with the pebbles is the simplest, method you can have, because you cannot change. Here we have people doctoring results. We recently saw even in court during the inquiry into Rex Masai's death, where even records of who signed for the gun have been changed,
yes.
And so on and so forth. And so when we have such mischief being perpetrated by people who have been entrusted by the public to perform certain duties, I think it boils down now, one, to the integrity of the Kenyans themselves, and therefore by extension to the institutions that we have established.
Yes,
but I will tell you that there are indeed countries, one of them, United States of America, one of the largest democracies in the world, that does not appoint, has no election management body, and that depends on every state and its public service to deliver free and fair election. And the rest is, for political parties is volunteers and so on and so on.
There's a question that Ndu asked you with regard to is IEBC free and fair, and the ultimate response from you was yes or no. And then again, there is the aspect of the executive having all the powers and control and has a potential of tilting the scale. But then here we find ourselves with a commission that is rightfully so in office, and the responsibility, first of all, is to earn trust of Kenyans. But IEBC, as we look at it today, has a window of opportunity to change how Kenyans look at them, or to stamp the authority that they are free and fair. And that is through the delimitation of boundaries that is left, the by-elections that is coming in. So in terms of Ethicon and team and how they would handle these processes that are right ahead of them, how critical is that on how Kenyans will view IEBC after especially the by-elections?
Precisely. The two exercises that you have pointed out. One is the by-elections that are forthcoming. In a matter of time, once the writs are issued, declarations of vacancy, because those that were issued earlier have since expired. And so the speakers of the different assemblies, whether it's the National Assembly and the different county assemblies, or where certain wards are also vacant, will have to issue writs afresh, and the law requires that by-elections be conducted within 3 months of the issuance of those writs. So the real test will be on how the IBC, the Ethicon team, will conduct itself, and Kenyans will be looking out whether they are firm but fair, fair but firm, in ensuring that those elections, pass the test of being seen as free and fair. The second one, of course, is the more controversial one, the delimitation of boundaries. As you know, the requirement by the law is that those boundaries be reviewed, after, a period of time, 10 or so years. And it has not been reviewed since they were established under the 2010 Constitution. Now, the boundary is, first of all, to be reviewed, because I've seen people salivating with the possibility that the boundaries of counties. No, that does not fall within the mandate of the IBC. The boundaries that will be reviewed are constituencies, the 290 constituencies, and the wards, only. Those are the boundaries that will be reviewed. And again, it will be interesting because the IBC is fairly guided, well guided, first of all by the Constitution, and then there is a factor that they have to consider. So numbers will go up depending on which populations have grown more and which ones have grown less, and so on and so forth. But those boundaries will be reviewed and possibly renamed, and that is where the contestation was. I can tell you, when you are writing the 2010 Constitution at Bomas in 203, 204, at some point everybody wanted, their district, because what we used was the District Act of 1992, and we said this is the lived experience of Kenyans. Kenyans have lived in these units before, and because we do not want to create, disharmony and do no harm to people who have had relationships, they have had common markets, and so on and so forth, we said let's go by the District Act. And the District Act had even a schedule of where the boundaries, lied. And so today I get worried when I see counties fighting over boundaries, because our formula was very simple. Let's use the District Act as at that time. But then there were those who wanted that we use the District Act as it were in that year when we were at Bomas. After Kibaki had increased and Raila, of course, the districts to 74. And so there were people saying, no, let's go to 74 so that we bring services closer to the people. We said, one, those counties have to be economically viable. So going by what has been done in the past, and we have been complaining about them, that a lot of them have been for purposes of political reward and of course gerrymandering, the usual manipulation of boundaries so as to tilt the electoral units in one's favor, then we cannot be the same people embracing them. So we said, let's go back to the districts as they were. The IBC will have to be imbued with the wisdom of Solomon to be able to achieve a boundaries review, because Kenyans have learned to relate those boundaries with the resources. Remember the way we allocate resources based on population, based on culture, and so on and so forth. And whenever you see funds being disbursed to counties, we have always seen Turkana, for example, among those getting the largest share. As to whether it is used for the benefit of the people is something else, but we have seen resources being allocated on the sheer expanse, and then the poverty levels and so on, and many other factors. At some point, they were also giving it on account of whether a country has established certain institutions that are required under the County Government Act. For example, the County Budget and Economic Forum. And it was being used as an incentive to encourage counties to establish, county audit committees, for example, and so on and so forth. That, and then, laws on public participation. So what did counties do? They got a consultant who developed one or two, then the rest did a cut and paste. And it was just meant to be seen to be compliant, yet they did not believe in those frameworks. And so public participation remained, a tall order for most of them, because they did not actually philosophically believe in them. And we have seen a number of them trooping to Makueni County, as if Makueni is running on a different law. It's the same County Government Act, but because of lack of political will, and whenever they have an opportunity to eat public resources, they organize a trip to Makueni, as if Makueni is in mass. Makueni is in Kenya. It is the political will that they have there that has seen them, implement devolution as it was meant to be. And because of the foundation that Professor Kivutha Kibwana laid in Makueni, subsequent governors, including Mutula Jr., has had to contend with the foundation, because the people are so alert that you don't go there telling them stories. They know what is supposed to happen, and so on and so forth. Okay. Similar to what Nyerere, for example, did in Tanzania, laying a foundation for nationhood. It's something that subsequent presidents have not been able to play around with. And so we would wish to see a situation where, every other county picks it up from there. But this IBC, the Ethicon team, has a job at hand. The litmus test is in the by-elections. The litmus test is in the manner in which they'll review those boundaries, because they review them, they must. I think they are overdue, because some counties, a number of constituencies, several in Mount Kenya region, the whole of Taita Taveta County is supposed to have only 2 constituencies if you went by the population. So 2 of them will be lost. And so they must be addressed. Somehow, the entire county, the whole of Taita Taveta should be 2 constituencies. And so where do you draw the line? We know the Taveta, the main communities there are Taveta and the Taitas. So will a portion of the Taitas allow themselves to be merged with the Tavetas? And that's where the controversy will be.
Indeed, necessary to have these conversations. I want to thank you so much, Churchill, for being here this morning to shed some light on all of that. It will be interesting in the days ahead to see then how all of this then comes together for the establishment of truly free and fair elections into the future. Thank you so much for joining us on this conversation this morning. We continue with the Situation Room tomorrow morning. Have a good day. It is 10 a.m.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm La Ubaga. Steve Munyaho, a Kenyan national who had been detained for 13 years in Saudi Arabia for manslaughter, finally returned home this morning. Speaking at JKIA Airport, Foreign Affairs Principal Secretary Korir Singoe said that not only had a judgment already been rendered, but all legal appeals had been exhausted and execution dates set.
Used all the capabilities of the state to try to mobilize resources towards the satisfaction of the demanded compensation. In the end, one of our pleas to the Muslim League was successful. And I really want to pay special tribute to the Muslim League for being able to honor that demand of $1 million. The results of which are that today we are receiving this proud son of our country, Stephen Munyaho, back home.
Munyaho, on his part, thanked everyone who prayed for him and contributed towards his 128 million shillings fine and return home.
My presence here today is nothing short of a miracle, and I want to begin by thanking Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for the gift of life. I want also to thank everyone who prayed for me, encouraged me, and contributed towards my freedom and return home. Some of you I know, but the vast majority, in your tens of thousands, was simply touched by my misfortune of a total stranger. I'm grateful to Allah for this second chance that I have been granted. It's wonderful to be back home. I'm so saturated, and indeed I need a rest.
Sabot MP Caleb Missy says that he'll be forced to leave ODM party if it continues to work with UDA. Speaking in an interview with SpiceFM, Missy says this is because he doesn't agree with the leadership of President William Ruto and isn't ready to associate with a government that has failed Kenyans.
Because if ODM continues collaborating with William Ruto, then I'll not seek my re-election on that party. Yeah, but if it gets out and a line retraces back to going back to my roots, like Jube once sang, you go back to your roots where you belong, then there we can talk. We can now agree. But you see now, ODM must make a decision now. There's a lot of confusion among the supporters. There are those who do not agree with the broad-based. There are those who say, well, we have been looking for government, and here it is. We've just gotten it on a silver platter. Let's enjoy it.
A Messi father hit out at some ODM members for agreeing to work with the Kenya Kwanza government despite being well aware of its failures.
I can tell you ODM has let down its